Welcome to the Winds of Chaos, the Dungeons & Dragons campaign where you can influence the course of the game. You can harness the Winds of Chaos, this nefarious force of change sweeping across the lands of Gondara, by donating bits during the stream to help or hinder our heroes. For 300 bits, our heroes may find a useful, mundane, non-magical item. For 400 or 500 bits, you can buff the monsters that our heroes are facing with a minor or major mutation, respectively. Special thanks to our community's very own Beau the Distance for creating the random monster mutation table that we roll on for these redeems. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. 700 bits grants inspiration to one player character. That's a reroll of a d20 during a clutch moment. And for 800 bits, you can make Flutter die roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, our community's favorite. Flutter's character, Kiona, is a wild magic sorcerer. That means that she doesn't have full control over her arcane powers, and every now and then, well, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. Finally, subscribers to the Dungeon Masters channel, that's Twitch TV/GhostPepper, can harness the Winds of Chaos to blow a custom NPC or magic item of appropriate level into the party's path. Please DM me on Discord for more info. Oh, one last thing. If you're a regular supporter of this campaign and you know, redeeming or subscribing or things like that are things that you do fairly regularly, please consider subscribing to our monthly coffee plan. We use the proceeds from that to go directly towards funding improvements to the game, music, artwork, subscriptions to different services that make our game that much better. Any monthly supporters get a free Major Monster Mutation, Wild Magic Surge, custom NPC, or magic item once per month. We really appreciate all of our coffee subscribers, all of our bits redeemers, and every single one of you who watches the game. Please enjoy the show.
Okay, did it work? I think it might have worked. Aha! We're here!
There we are.
It's a little bit wonky tonight, but welcome on in, everybody.
I think I was, man, I was so stressing because I was like, I'm so out of sorts, but then getting on the call here with everybody, we're all just completely like,
This is going to be a session tonight, chat.
Just one of those weeks. Thank goodness it's a downtime session.
Hey.
Welcome everybody to Winds of Chaos. Who do you have in chat? We got a lot of homies in chat tonight. We've got Flannel Source, we've got Rai Jones, we've got Lenny. You did secret things that may be revealed in today's session.
Squiggy, we really need to get together and chat sometime. That's the sidebar.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness! And Lenny, I watched your guys' session where you fought. Am I right? I came in like halfway through, and I was like, "Am I seeing this right? You fought Vecna."
What? I thought I saw it.
No spoilers, please. No spoilers, thank you.
What?
That's so cool.
That's insane.
Dang!
Wow.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know how that went. Oh my goodness! Jeez, that's scary. That's scary.
Oh
Yeah. Right. Yo, what's up? That was Rai's doing that, right? Correct? Question mark? I think that's the DM in that campaign. Yes, they did. See that? Yeah.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Jeez, I don't know if I ever want to fight Vecna. That sounds just way too stressful.
We will not be fighting Vecna.
Oh, okay, good.
We'll be fighting something worse.
Something that we're gonna gonna be more terrified.
I mean,
I
what
would like
level do you
to-
need to be to fight Vecna? My players are level 5 now. They're probably,
Like,
I mean, That's
I would like to
probably-
redeem my.
I don't know. I actually have no idea. I was just spitballing.
And create a character named Nevik, who is basically Vecna.
Nevik.
Yeah.
amazing.
I like it. No, I was
Listen,
spitballing.
we are-
I was figuring it's not like the final boss, right? Question
Listen,
mark?
no, I'm saying that we're never fighting Vecna in this campaign because fighting like undead and a godlike necromancer, well, depending on the edition, godlike or a god.
gorgeous.
Yeah. That's so overdone. It's better if you all fight your inner demons. So,
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, and Ghost, you know what I realized? I don't know if I said it last night because I know you were there, but all my players were like, they were talking about how they suspected this person, but then they didn't suspect this person, and they had no idea that this was coming, whatever. So here's my free DM advice. If you're ever running something like that, just have everyone be bad, and then they'll only suspect like one or two. They're never going to suspect that everyone in the town is evil. Anyway, so that's my advice. and then
so
you
you
can
know,
surprise your players. It's great.
Vecna is challenge rating 26.
What now? I bet my
Wow,
players.
so you gotta be like max level for that.
Wow.
Yeah, but have you
Yeah.
seen
You have to
the
be
crap I've thrown at my
More
players?
than max. Vecna
You have
is
to
a
be like
god.
level 20, yeah.
God. Oh my goodness.
Huh. That's interesting. I really want to play through a campaign like
Anyway.
that sometime, guys.
Yeah, like a level 20 type thing. That'd be nutty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that might be where we go with this campaign.
Yeah.
We talked about this campaign being level 1 through 20 to give you guys the full D&D experience. But we have a roleplay warm-up question to get on with. This is a little bit basic, but we haven't gone this basic yet. We've done all sorts of like hard-hitting questions, and we've done all sorts of stuff like you're walking through a desert and you see a turtle on its back and you don't help it over. Why don't you do it? You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're gonna go with something a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna go with something a little bit more basic, and then it's simply, what is your character's favorite food?
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
Just
that.
something a little bit friendlier for our
Whoa,
downtime
sure.
episode. What is your character's favorite food? And for you in chat, if you have a D&D character who is near and dear to your heart, we would love to hear the answer, especially if you have a D&D character who has appeared in the Winds of Chaos with us. So while our players are thinking of what their character's favorite food is, I've got some thank yous to distribute. Sorry, my mind left me for a second there. So huge thank yous always to our coffee subscribers. You saw in the little intro video that monthly membership really helps support this campaign. It allows us to get a Roll20 subscription. My
Just
God,
ignore
what did you do?
it all.
So it allows us to get our Roll20 subscriptions so that we can do things like dynamic lighting. It allows us to get Sirenscape, which isn't working tonight. Hooray. It allows us to be able to, in the future, we have some ambitions like commissioning artwork and things like that with the revenue from that. So that coffee subscription, 100% of that just goes towards improving this campaign and this stream. It doesn't go in our pockets to buy ourselves chocolate bars or Big Macs or anything like that. It's something that we devote straight to the campaign towards improving this campaign. So if you want to support what we do with this D&D campaign, please consider getting a membership. It's the same price as a Twitch subscription, and you get all sorts of benefits from it over and above what you're paying. So thank you to our coffee subscribers for the month of July. Those were Bruce Campbell Soup and Bard Owl. And pretty soon we're going to be able to. We got a couple more in August, which I'm going to be really excited to read out in September. But thank you to everybody for your ongoing support. We really, really, really do appreciate it. Second big thank you goes to Bo the Distance and Starborn Striker. That's Megan, who is sitting to the right of me on the screen with Ephema under her face. So Bo and Megan are our rules lawyers, and so if there's something going on in the game where the rules are a little bit murky, how exactly does this work when A and B get put together in a situation, they look up what the rule is and they let us know, and then we decide whether we're going to follow that rule or not. But the important thing is they keep the game running smoothly so that we don't have to stop and flip through 15 books, because anybody who's ever played D&D knows what that's like. You stop the play, flipping through the books trying to find that rule. Yeah, it's terrible. Final big thank you goes to Vinyl Stencil for helping us out with the Winds of Chaos bits redeems. If people redeem bits during the play session, Vinyl is always there to help facilitate and help me ask the questions that I need answered, so that I can keep on DMing and we can keep the play rolling. And of course, thank you to everybody who's here listening in. The question for today is, what is your character's favorite food? Let's take a look at what some of our friends said. Does mead count? Kupar. Mead does count. Broken Shell says Jables. Is that Jabbles? Jables likes a gucking good grilled cheese. I like that.
Alliteration.
Grilled cheese is so.
That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah. And also to thank you to Macho Man Randy Savage, because without him, we would not know that the cream rises to the top. Rest in peace, Macho Man. Wolf is just shaking his head. Zoom's favorite food is the fingers of people trying to pick him up. Yeah. Do you guys know Zoom?
No.
When there was so you might remember about a year ago there was like a day off Twitch, and a bunch of us in the community decided like we were just not going to be on Twitch at all that day, to kind of as a little bit of a protest of Twitch's kind of inability to deal with hate raids and the anti-LGBTQ and the racism that was going on their platform. So we all took a day off Twitch entirely as streamers and as viewers. And over on ATM Zero's Discord, some of us did a little D&D adventure. And Flannel's character was Zoom, who is like a little kobold barbarian that tried to bite everybody.
Oh, I heard about this character.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's so good.
He ended up forming a bond with my character Bailey, who is a awakened dog. So he's like an intelligent dog that wild shapes into human form. So he was like a human druid. And he would be like, "It's time for me to wild shape," and then he'd turn into a dog. But actually, the reverse is true. Like he was like actually a dog, and he would wild shape into fun times. Fun times. I loved Zoom.
Yeah.
Bailey and Zoom had such a good pairing.
Domrin would just, when they encountered things, Domrin would just pick up Zoom and like hold him out like this so that he could chomp things.
Yeah. Alvin's favorite food is his mom's casserole, which he hadn't had in a good 7 years since he had to leave home. Dietrich is possibly pistachios. They're an aphrodisiac with the puppy brows emote. I have not seen that emote in forever. Everybody seems to have their own brows emotes now. The classic Pomeranian brows. Or oysters. Gotcha.
Or oysters.
Who else do we have? Yeah. Can I ask a question about D&D? Of course, Atlantis. What about our players tonight? What are some of our favorite foods? Let's start with. We haven't started with Foodle in a while. Let's start with Foodle.
Foodle, one of his favorite foods is his mom makes a venison stew, and it is to die for. And actually, I've had venison IRL, and it's very good.
It's a solid
it's
choice.
gamey.
Venison stew is a solid choice.
It took me a bit to get used to it, but man, I definitely recommend it. Like, and it was like, somebody had shot this deer. Like, I knew them. They lived in our neighborhood.
Right.
Anyway, it was crazy. It was really, really good. Anyway, so that's Foodle's thing.
Really, really good in a stew. I think
that.
you're right. Like, it's gamey, but if you put it in something like a stew, it's perfect.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah, if you let it slow cook for a long time, it gets ultra tender, just like melt in your mouth.
Also, it makes great jerky.
Amazing.
Vinyl didn't like it. For some reason, I loved it though.
Love venison jerky.
I
Do not
love
like the venison?
jerky even more than beef jerky.
Yeah,
So
I think I do too, actually. It's probably from where we
All right.
grew up.
Probably.
All right. Let's go with Mazra. Mazra's favorite food.
This may sound like a cop-out, but her favorite food is food. Because she grew up not always having access to much food, so she literally does not have a favorite food. She's just happy to get to eat.
So any food that she can walk away from, any meal she can walk away from is a good one.
Any meal she can walk away from? Go.
I mean, yeah, pretty
I
much.
don't know. Yeah.
Of course. Any meal.
Does that mean?
There's some meals you can't walk away from. You can't,
Eat a horse heart, or
That was not a meal. That was
it was a meal, technically.
That was a God-induced nighttime snacking session, unawares.
God-induced snacking session.
All right. Let's hear from Kiona.
Steak. She's a meat and potatoes girl. She was raised on a ranch. She loves a good, well-grilled.
What kind of steak?
Rare.
Horse steak?
No. See, that's the thing. She didn't know about it, so. That's
So
why she
back-
still likes steak.
So back when I lived in the UK, there was a big controversy that one of like the major meat companies was selling horse meat as beef, and so the joke in that typical British way was, have you ever tried horse meat? And then people are like, I don't know, and the punchline is, well, you probably have.
Yeah.
So that applies to Kiona so much.
Right, it is very hardcore. No, she didn't actually eat the soup that day, so thankfully that was not a thing. She went with the salad because it was suggested to her kindly by another character.
That the soup might have been made from,
that the soup was not something she would enjoy.
Orcs don't waste. You know? Orcs don't waste. All right. What about Ephema?
Well, just cheers to Kiona from Darfin, because his favorite food is also just steak and potatoes with a side of whiskey.
Yeah.
He's not a very good elf in the Winds of Chaos campaign because he eats food that most elves don't eat, but that's his favorite.
Listen, if he and Kiona ever get to hang out.
Totally. Ephema's, this might seem like a bit of a cop-out, but I think Ephema's favorite food is wine. It's grapes. It counts.
That's fair.
It's healthy.
Yeah. It's a fruit salad.
A bit of a party
We
grandma.
count meat, we count wine.
And I'm assuming like being a witch of the woods, she probably actually doesn't drink alcohol very often. So for her, like it's an actual like indulgence. It's an actual luxury to get a little bit drunk. So I think that's her. Like if we're talking about your favorite indulgence, that's her favorite indulgence is to drink wine or mead, but wine.
Ooh. All right. Oh yeah. I need to
Like
add
not
something here.
shooting.
Look, it's a struggle.
Yeah.
It's a real struggle
Yeah.
for Fudo.
Yeah. So
I like how many discussions
Yeah.
there have been about Foodle not just whipping out his gun and shooting when he just does it anyway. He's just
Yeah.
like, I'm
yeah.
You're so compulsive.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
the worst part? Sometimes it's me role playing because I think Foodle would just shoot somebody, but sometimes I just forget. It's so bad.
I like how you guys
The
snuck
worst.
into someone's room, shot holes in some of his stuff, and then we're like, do you think he'll notice?
It's probably fine.
Yeah!
Wait, don't one of you have the mending spell? It'll be fine.
I did have the mending spell at the time, but I
See?
replaced it, so I no longer have it. So don't.
And you, the person who would have told you not to shoot up everything in his room.
Yeah. Super smart characters we are, you guys.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
And this is the thing is that for those who aren't like really steeped in the mechanics of D&D, there are basically two classes that are the stealth classes, Rogue and Ranger. So Foodle,
Foodle just
I said in chat, Foodle should be good at stealth.
He's actually fairly good at like
He
sneaking
rolls
up
well.
on something before blasting a hole into it and alerting the entire
Right.
compound.
And
But,
just
Right.
you know,
firing
up
off.
until that point.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What
All right.
is Mazra?
Well, we
Wait,
got
Mazra said
Mazra
anything.
already.
Any food.
Anything.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't remember.
It
Sorry.
was the ultimate wolf cop-out answer. But
There's nothing her dad used to make?
oh no, I know. Before he undeafens, it's craft dinner with little hot dogs cut up into it.
You know what? Good answer.
Absolutely.
I thought you
You don't
were
know
saying
what to
horse,
say.
and I was
Because
like,
that is
oh.
Dad.
phenomenal.
Made a very famous dish called food. And
Yeah.
That's your favorite food. Yes. Whatever the this universe equivalent of craft dinner / mac and cheese
I love it.
with hot dogs.
I love
I
it.
actually love that idea. Like Mazra, like big and tough, and like, and he put the
Mazra's
D&D
favorite
fantasy
is
equivalent of mac and
pepperoni.
cheese with hot dogs in it.
Yeah.
Pepperoni.
Love it.
Melt a craft singles on top of the plate. Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Take her to a fancy restaurant. She's like, "What is this? Bring on the craft singles, thanks."
Where's
See,
the
but
mac and
that's
cheese?
Where Kiona's like, well, but a fancy restaurant can be nice sometimes.
That's true, Bo. I didn't even think about that. we had the two sneaky classes, Ranger and Rogue. Oh my god. That's interesting.
right.
Though.
Yeah, I never heard of that either. Cass is the character that killed Vecna in OG D&D. I know that, like, if you really dive into it, was it in Stranger Things? I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't pay enough attention.
They didn't
there we
give
go.
details on that stuff.
Yeah.
There's
I don't
no. They just name
but
dropped some.
if
D&D
you-
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
not-
Yeah. So if oh, not finished this. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, but they really interesting with D&D, like so much of what becomes D&D lore was made out of like the original game in Gary Gygax's basement. Like him and his son and a bunch of friends. They basically like made this game before they even released like for like commercially, right? So I thought
Right.
that's really cool. Is that
Yeah.
so much of it is like this is
That's
our
awesome.
game, and then we packaged it together and we sold
Right.
it for people to enjoy. I thought it was so cool.
Mhm.
Anyway, getting into it here. So the last time
Wolf is deafened, so
you-
he can't
well,
hear
Wolf needs to
anything you're
undeafen.
saying.
So the
Wolf, come
last time we left off, you successfully vanquished the Leaky Spoon Tavern. You woke up the Dreamer, who is an old man, and found yourselves reappearing on the material plane in Lysantia, right on the plot of land where the Leaky Spoon Tavern was supposed to be. There was a big celebration. That celebration lasted late into the night. Whatever you may have wanted to do, you had no choice but to partake in the revelry at the Leaky Spoon, along with all the other patrons who were just celebrating and happy to be returning home after this cycle, which, from your understanding, a cycle of the Leaky Spoon being off wherever it is that it goes lasts for like a century or more. So you partied late into the night, along with some people from your caravan who came to visit you, and you wake up very, very early the next morning with your heads on the rough surface of a wooden table, waking up once again, and for the third time just wiping the little bit of drool off the corner of your mouth and staring around bleary-eyed in this tavern that you have come to become rather familiar with. But this time, instead of looking out the window and seeing this strange starlight void of space, you see the early morning, starting to hustle and bustle a little bit, streets of Lysantia.
Ephema is sitting at like one end of a table with Alfie, her adopted son, on the other side. And you hear her saying, "And this is Callum. He's a snail."
Yeah, he's the best snail. Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You know,
Where-
I was thinking, that was amazing, and it's wonderful to be back, but there was someone missing last night. Where's Goldrill?
Right.
I mean, he was there with us, and
with
now,
us.
yeah.
He probably snuck off again like he did before.
What do you think?
Well, I think maybe Goldrill. Well, see, you were all physically in the Leaky Tavern, but Goldrill, I think he was astral projecting or something like that. Wasn't really there like you. He was there in spirit. So he's gone back to wherever he left his body, probably. You know, like a nice beach or comfortable meadow, something like that, I'm sure.
You know, Ephema, I don't always know the words that you say.
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, there's this concept where you can imagine your soul out of your body and send it to other places.
Oh, yeah, I do that.
my-
Foodle starts rooting around in his bag.
My patron told me about it, and I think that's what Goldrill was doing. He had this sort of aura about him, you
Oh.
see.
Oh.
I don't he would go away without saying goodbye otherwise.
Yeah.
Right.
Incidentally, I wasn't physically there when we started, but I was when we finished. Nice trick, huh?
That
Oh.
is very interesting.
Is that like?
I'd love to learn more about how you do that.
Is that archfey stuff?
I'm pretty sure it was my patron, yes, but I'll do my best to help you with things, arcane things, Kiona, if that's what you want. Maybe not that trick, but I know a few others.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and I can show you some things too.
Oh, I look forward to that, Foodle.
That sounded
but not
very
you,
ominous.
Alex. But not you.
I can show you some things, Afiba.
That sounds pretty scary.
It does, but it's
I just
brutal.
got a
Come
little,
on,
like,
he's so tiny.
I think maybe we should go check on the house actually first before any of these, right?
You have a
I'd like
house?
everybody roll a quick intelligence check.
Oh no.
I need to
That's
get out
not
my
good.
dice.
Oh yeah, we do have a house, don't we? Ooh, I can click the long rest button, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh,
that's
yep,
so-
there it is.
Just read just read out your rolls tonight because we're not going to be using roll 20
Oh, I
too
should
much,
use
like
real
a, like a
dice
roll
then.
20
Let's
would
just
be.
do it, right?
Well, I
I'm
did that
doing
one
it.
on roll 20. It's
Sure.
fine. I will take the roll 20 because I did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
An 8.
Yep.
Because it fits with Kiona's. Like,
This is just an intelligence check.
Yeah, just intelligence.
Okay, so I add 0 to that. Come on, roll big, baby.
Dirty 20.
16.
I know things.
I usually
17
don't,
on my
but-
end.
Okay. Everybody but Kiona realizes that Goldril is not the only person who is unaccounted for after returning to Lysantia. You don't see Gary anywhere either.
Wait, Kiona, hold on. There's somebody else who's missing.
Ooh, what?
Where's Gary? Do we
Oh, where is
like?
Gary?
Do you think we scarred him a little too much?
I don't know, maybe.
I thought Gary was that old guy.
You don't know that.
The old
Oh.
guy?
Well, you know that.
Because
Out of character,
there
but
was
not
a
in
different
character.
thing, but not in character, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't
well,
see
but-
that.
He probably scampered off into the wilds.
I hope he's
Kiona
with his
will-
family.
Look at Afima and ask her, did he have the same kind of aura about him that Goldril did?
Gary? No, not at all. I think he was actually there, but didn't he say that when the tavern goes back, everyone goes back to where they started? Or did he say that when the tavern leaves, they come back from where... I think there was some weird teleportation happening with all the people who were in that place.
Right, so maybe he just went back to wherever he needed to be. Like we got back here.
Wait, are you saying
Really?
Goldril can teleport? Or no, Gary? Gary?
Gary.
Gary can't teleport, he's a kid.
Well, I think there's some magic associated with the tavern that does the teleportation, you see.
Can kids
Right.
teleport?
That makes sense. We need to keep an eye on it and see if it stays and how long. And Kiona will like visit the site of the tavern every day on her way through town. Every time she's in town.
Well, and one thing I've been wondering is, where is this spoon and why is it so leaky?
Well, is it leaky
I think it's
as
just
in,
a name.
like leaks, or is it leaky as in like leak?
This is a
Like
good question.
leaks, like holes.
But but like the leak squad, I never understood which kind of leak they were.
I always assumed that they were like the onions, because,
Yeah?
well,
Maybe they were leaking things. I don't know.
maybe that's why they were called. Oh, yeah.
That's maybe how they were tracked
It
down.
really could be either way, I guess.
Yeah. We don't know.
Kiona and Poodle have never figured that out. They've never seen it written down.
Maybe we
They don't
never
know
will.
they don't know which one it is.
This is a mystery that's going to haunt us till the end of this campaign. We're going to be level 20 going, okay, so wait.
Is it the Leaf Squad or the Leaf Squad?
Reavers or Reavers?
Reavers.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
I feel sorry for Mazra.
I know, poor Masra. This is why she is the way she is. It's our
She's used to
fault.
it by now. She's just if mobile phones existed in this world, she would just be sitting there like this.
While the other two are like this over all these like minor.
Having like existential crises. I don't
Yeah.
know.
She's just like, does it really matter
Do you care?
in the grand scheme of things?
Whoa, wait. Okay, so hold on. Ephema, wait a minute. You were saying that things were sort of weird and time is wibbly wobbly and stuff like that or something?
Right.
Do we know
I
how much time has passed? Like, how long have we been gone?
Well, I think we need to find. Do you know it? You said you have a house. Is there someone at the house that we can
Right.
speak to? They
Well,
could tell us
maybe
how
we
much
still have
time
a
has
house.
passed.
What
Well,
if this
yeah,
is before we
It's been
got
a
the
long
house?
time. I don't know if that's a thing. Oh,
It's more
what do you
likely to
mean?
be
What is
after.
this before we got the house?
Are we still in the Leaky Spoon right now?
What if we haven't arrived here yet?
Are we still in the tavern?
Foodle's
Yes, you
very high
She's
still.
just like she
So-
points and she's like, "You, what day is it?" Like someone who is not from the tavern, who's
Not
like
a
from
child?
Lysantia or Comantia.
Oh yeah, So one of the other revelers who you don't recognize from the common room of the tavern, so must be a Lysantian who ended up wandering inside and crashing overnight during the party. Wakes up, hey, what's that? What day is it? Saturday? No. Sunday? No.
Wait, what year is it?
I don't know what
Thursday.
What year?
Don't
is
do
it?
this to me.
I'm sorry.
Don't do this to me.
sorry.
We haven't come up with like I haven't come up with a calendar.
Sorry, go.
I'm sorry.
Roll, you,
Oh,
you
it's
go to an idea in these
it's
situations. You roll 10 d20 or d100s, and that's the year. That's it.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
D100s? Okay.
10 d100. That's the year. Fuck it.
Do it.
Pi.
It's the year 552.
Okay, is that like the year that we remember?
Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on, Kiona, is that right? My memory isn't the best.
I think it was, yeah.
Okay,
A lot has happened. But I
okay.
feel like it hasn't been that long, right? It couldn't have been that long,
Oh.
right? You'll kind of look at Ephema like.
Sometimes time moves differently on different planes, you see.
Yeah. Wait, what's the
I know.
weather? Is it snowing yet? Or is it like not snowing yet?
Right? How long
You
has
look out the window and you don't see any snow.
Is it months? Do we know? Like, does it be left
so
in early
bad.
spring?
Sorry,
Question mark.
Ghost.
It's early winter.
Oh, so we missed the harvest festival. Oh no.
I
that's a
suppose.
bummer.
Didn't you arrive in Lysantia at the beginning of winter? Wasn't the idea to spend winter in Lysantia?
But we left in the spring, so now we're back for the next winter.
We have been on vacation for months now. I don't know when we arrived in Lysantia at this point.
No,
It's been. Yeah.
no,
We were wintering, and so maybe we left last fall.
You arrived in late autumn and it's now early winter. You find that you are
Wait, is
Probably about a
Cauliflumps
month.
upon us already?
Oh,
Since you
so
left.
in Lysantia, it's been 1 month since we left, but we've been gone. For
There's been no sort of time alteration. There's been no time alteration.
Sorry, it
Okay,
takes
but
so long
wait.
sometimes,
Random
but I'm
That's all right.
Sure.
That's
It
all right.
doesn't have a name. Has Cauliflumps come, or is Cauliflumps still coming?
Cauliflumps is still coming.
Oh, bother. Wait, no, that's a good thing, right? I think.
as long as the house is.
It's
well,
always
right?
it's all well. I don't know. I don't know. Depends on how you like your seasons. If you enjoy the cold weather, then I suppose it is a good thing for Cauliflumps to be coming.
Right. I like Cauliflumps.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
don't
terrible.
you worry.
I don't know about that guy.
If you like Cauliflumps, then don't you worry. Once Cauliflumps has come, then there'll be plenty of the white stuff all over. You won't know what to do with it.
Timestamp, please.
Right, okay. Well, final no. Well, I mean, I think we should probably go see if the house is there.
Yeah.
Before the white stuff comes here. I didn't, damn it. Look, I didn't say that was Cauliflumps was the name of this season. Somebody else decided this shit.
What? I think, yes, let me just, I'm trying to remember a name. I'm gonna find it. Fuck. It's somewhere in here. There's somebody that was supposed to be maintaining the house or cleaning it up. I know Foodle's family was gonna
It's
start.
the lady from the
And-
spa. We hired
Right,
her.
there's this spa lady who was gonna come in and do the thing.
Right.
But we had there. I think there was one more person that we were talking to, and I.
And her name was Lindsay DeBulbuck? No, that was the builder. Hold on.
No. Oh, the builder.
Yeah, she's the builder.
That's
yeah,
the
she's
builder.
the
That's who
builder.
I was talking about because the spa chick is a different chick. Yeah.
Yeah. The spa chick's name was Spa Chick?
Right.
What was her name?
My notes don't go
yeah.
back that far. Shit.
Hold on.
I don't remember. She was,
I'm just trying to find the episode in which we talked to her about that, but it was right before we left, right?
yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah, my notes are useless. Alright. Sorry. Oh.
I doubt this character exists anywhere in my notes because it was 100% an improv character.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's fine.
We can fill in the blanks later.
It's
You
fine.
you hired the person from the bathhouse to
Right, and a builder.
manage the construction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's the plan. When Mazra gets out of the ladies' room, we should go to Shagra's Shade Hearts to see if he's okay, or should we go to our house first and then Shagra's?
Who is Shogra's Shadeheart?
Oh, Fima, I think you actually really might enjoy meeting him. I'd take you over there if you want. I don't think he would like Foodle coming over.
Oh, true.
What
Yeah.
about Alfie? Do I need a babysitter?
No,
Yes.
no. Yeah, Alfie, you should probably come with me.
For this
Come with Uncle
place.
Foodle.
You do. But we don't have to do that right now. We can check on the house first and then go see Shagras.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Shadeheart.
I'd really love to see your house.
Yeah,
Well, let's
me
hope
too.
it's something you actually will love to see because it was a pretty big mess last time we
Yeah,
saw
we
it.
did leave it in a bit of a state, didn't we?
It was not good. But we left people to maybe get it fixed up a bit so that we could start maybe running some business and living in it actually.
Yeah, I trust my mom. She has probably done an amazing job.
I have no doubt.
Monster, you're back. Okay, so, Mr. Shadehearts or our place
Home.
first? Home
I say.
first? Okay, all right. Okay.
All right. So you head on home to your to Angevine House, which once again is located in Old Lysantia, near the bank of the river. And in fact, you're only actually, I think you're right next to the bank of the river.
We
if
are
memory
right next
serves.
to the
Yeah,
river.
you are.
Yeah.
And so you find your home on the bank of the river, and you practically cannot recognize it because it was a half collapsed dump the last time you visited, and you see now there's some scaffolding that's built, and people are working on there are builders who are working on the outside. The grounds have been cleaned up. There's some gardens that are very, very young. You know, some grasses and some plants and trees that are very young. So, you know, pretty shrimpy right now, but you can see a new garden that's not fantasy scaffolding, regular scaffolding. You did not spring for the magical construction package.
Nope.
Which is not really how I do fantasy anyway. But
Well, Fiona and Foodle at least are very down-home country kind of people, so they would not have even thought of that as an option if it did even exist in our world.
and you didn't really have the money for it at the time.
Yeah.
Also, we're broke.
We couldn't afford it.
You can hire a construction worker for like 2 silver pieces a day, or you can hire a wizard construction worker for like 100 gold pieces an hour.
They're worse than lawyers, all right?
Yeah. But it's in really good. You know, it's not quite fixed up yet. There's still a lot of work going on, and you can hear the sounds of hammers hitting wood, of saws going. People, you know, working men and women kind of shouting to each other from within the courtyard, and you see waiting for you there. You see waiting for you there is actually Foodle, your aunt.
Lorilla! Foodle's gonna run up and give her a big hug.
Oh, Foodle, and she hugs you back. Oh my goodness, I heard that you'd come back.
Oh, yes.
All of you, you're back. You've made it.
We did. I can't believe it. It feels like ages. Also, the house is looking amazing. Have you been helping with this?
It is, isn't it? We've been helping. Your mother told me that you'd acquired it, and that you offered for the whole family to move in.
Yeah.
And so we decided that we would chip in and help, just like we used to do things back in Lumbril.
That's amazing. Oh, I knew this would all work out. Well, I guess the only thing I was worried about, I know your home is, you know, you're really, where your heart is the forest, and so this is a little bit different for you. Are you adjusting well?
It's better than where I came from.
Right. Well,
The city isn't for me, but it's nice to have a warm bed and a fire in the hearth. Although, and Lorella puts her arm around you and steers you away a little bit, I have a thought.
oh,
Now, I don't want you to be alarmed, because I know how you feel about this sort of thing, Foodle, but there have been strange things happening around the house.
what? What do you mean? Like things moving, or candles going on and off, or like?
Yes, the candles being blown out when there's no wind, you know, the tools that are not where we left them.
No.
Sometimes I swear I can hear. Roll a perception check. Because she's like kind of murmuring she's kind of murmuring to Foodle. You know, so I could swear.
that the
I
house is
heard a
haunted?
young woman's voice.
I thought.
Can Nefima tell that the house is haunted?
Yes.
Um,
With her warlock ways, can she tell that the house is haunted?
No, because you have like the detect magic eyes, right? But Trella is no longer bound there by magic. She's just there.
I'm just wondering if she has a sense of like spirits being. She's a witch after all.
Unless she has like a mechanical ability that detects undead, then no.
Lorella, I mean, are you okay? This sounds awful. This is a nightmare.
Yes, well, it's a bit concerning, but some of the others tell me that I'm just hearing things and seeing things, and yeah, I suppose even if for the sake of argument there is a ghost in this house, it doesn't seem to have harmed anybody yet.
No, we don't want it to get there. We should just leave. Everyone pack up all your stuff. We'll get a hotel or like a tavern room or something. We gotta figure this out.
Poodle, what are you worried about?
Oh, nothing. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the house. The England house is great. It's looking beautiful. I'm sure it's all fine. Lorella, pack your shit. We have to leave. This is awful.
Why are you leaving if there's nothing wrong?
What? No, everything's
Well, don't be. Now, don't be ridiculous, Foodle. You fought a giant sandworm and a wizard with powers from beyond the stars, and you're afraid of the potentiality of a little
giant sandworm?
ghost.
Yes, but Lorella, all of
Oh,
those
a ghost.
things.
She did
ghost.
say ghost loud enough for everybody to hear.
Yeah,
A
apparently it's
ghost!
still
Oh,
haunted, Fiona.
Poodle!
Poodle, it's
Poodle.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Really okay, I promise.
You guys, it's
Poodle,
not fine.
are you
I don't know
afraid
what you're
of
saying.
ghosts?
Yes. What do you mean? Am I afraid? Everyone's afraid of ghosts. If you're sensible.
Poodle,
I'm not.
we once met a ghost of FEMA and he was a mess, and I just, it's okay.
No, I was the only one
Poodle.
with any sense.
I promise that this.
I don't think you have any sense at all if you're afraid of ghosts. Ghosts are just normal, everyday people who
No.
are stuck in another plane.
No, they can possess you. You know what a giant sandworm can't do? Is
No,
possess
but
you.
Poodle,
And they can't like
Poodle.
suck out your soul or like attack
Not-
you through the floor
all-
and like grab
Poodle,
your feet.
Not all ghosts. Hashtag not all ghosts.
Poodle, I think I have somebody I need you to meet, but I need you to be calm.
How calm? Because I've taken a lot
Very calm.
already.
Very calm.
Why don't you use some of that wink, wink, nudge, nudge that makes you so calm during battle situations?
Right. That's a good idea,
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Maybe, depending on the role, I guess.
Poodle starts like
It's one of the
furiously
things-
smoking.
I assume it's
just,
one of the
just
things you
he's
want
got his
to
pipe and he's like
show
this,
me.
trying to light it.
Is
We're
it the
going
special
3D,
weed or is
at
it
least
the...
3? No, not the insane
At
stuff.
least
Regular
3. Okay. Let's get those
That's
con saves.
Right out the gate, that's an 8.
All right.
Do I add anything to it though? Hold on.
I think that's a
plus
fail.
2.
Well, it's a con save. So whatever your con save is.
So plus 2.
So for
10
anybody who
total.
doesn't know, Foodle dabbles in the smoke leaf, and he every dose that he takes, he needs to roll a Constitution save. So you pass the first one.
Okay. All right. And then number 2. Here we
8
go.
plus 2 is 10. You
Oh,
pass.
That's didn't go in the thing. We're gonna re-roll it. It was a 15. Anyway. 14 plus 2 is 16. Number 3.
Okay.
We're gonna do 4. I know I said 3, but we'll do 4.
Okay.
Okay, that's a 16 plus 2 for 18. Wow, Foodle is very used
Okay.
to this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. Number 4.
14 again, so 16, but I don't know if that's a pass.
Okay, 16 does not
Not
pass.
pass, okay.
At level 4.
Oh god. We've never gone
Yeah, it
forward.
becomes harder and harder. Yeah. So you gain advantage on wisdom-based checks and saving throws. You get it.
All right. Okay. Guys, where's this thing that you need to show me? I don't know if I'm ready, but I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Fiona didn't... Or did I imagine that?
You guys good?
Didn't you say you were
You
going to
good,
show me
Flutter?
something?
Oh, Flutter's typing something. I think she might have lost all her sound.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah. I don't know.
Based on the fact that she
She's
hasn't
not
said
responding.
anything in a few minutes.
Yeah,
she's looking
not
frantic.
responding.
Oh, bother.
That's a panic look.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Super.
So,
Oh, no. Okay.
So,
She'll be back. She'll be back.
While we wait for Flutter, Foodle, as he's smoking quite profusely, he is like pacing around the fountain, and he's sort of babbling to Ephema about like how the fountain didn't work when they left, and that's where we're gonna keep our horses because we have stables, you guys. Kind of, maybe. I don't know. Well, that was the plan.
Yeah.
And then we had a garden out front. So Callum might enjoy. Might enjoy the garden. You could take
Hell
Callum
yeah.
over there.
Well,
maybe.
No.
I mean, I don't know.
No.
We'll let him hang out in the garden for a few
Yeah?
hours.
Yeah?
She kind of like
Okay.
puts the
I'm
snail
sorry.
on
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
What
No, you're good.
What happened? It just stopped.
Oh,
I don't know, everything. You blipped really weird, like made a robot sound, and then everything just went silent. But I
Weird.
could still see
Weird.
some of you moving, so I was like,
Discord.
I don't know what's
That's crazy.
Cameras
happening.
are...
I'm sorry. That was so
Looks like the cameras are still messed up there, cauliflower.
Oh, leave it. It's fine.
Oh yeah, as soon
There
as
we
she
go.
comes back. Yeah, there we
There.
go. We're good.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's not your fault.
okay.
And then Foodle.
Yeah, so
collapses on the bench
anybody...
and smokes for a while.
Yeah, so-
Anyway.
So for anybody who... It's been a long time since we've been here. So for anybody who doesn't know sort of the general appearance of this house, you have like it's almost like a villa with like a central courtyard, and the house surrounds this central courtyard, and you have like a big gated archway leading directly into the courtyard from the street, and there's a fountain in the middle of the courtyard in the center there. So that's kind of what Foodle was talking about.
Like a big square around it. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
and the whole house surrounds it, right?
Yeah.
We do have a map. I wanna, since I've learned some stuff about Dungeon Draft and gotten some better texture packs, and the map that I have currently uploaded to Roll20 is the ruined map. We can show.
Yeah, you can show the ruined map. Why
We
not?
can take
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Because
way
I
you
think
guys
we
get a
did
sense
finish
of the space.
one, but yeah.
So yeah, and this is we still have Darfin on this map.
That's the last thing we did at the house.
Right.
It is so this is the unfinished, so it looks better than this.
Yes.
But you've got your walkway, your gate, sort of, it's like a palisade gate right here, and then your central courtyard
We're moving on everything.
up here.
Darfin's
Yeah.
looking fly.
Yep.
Damn.
And then the rest of the house, is built around this central courtyard. And that's the fountain that wasn't working. And then this, you're going to turn into the tavern, because you got the tavern, you got like a little larder or storeroom, like cool storeroom, and you got a kitchen right there.
Can we say that Foodle's family already transformed this into Foodle's family space? Because
Yep.
that's
which
where
one?
we would be living at the
Which
moment.
one?
The
Yep.
one in the
Oh,
back
this
left.
one?
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
we said that this is going to be Foodle's family's home.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Because it can
thought,
be divided up into other rooms and stuff.
Flutter, I know it's been a while. Was there plans for like a garden in this area? That's what I was referencing, but I can't remember.
Yeah, we do have a garden up there.
Okay. Nice.
I have a. I don't know if I've saved the map to the folder.
And we
that I
were
had.
thinking that
Yeah.
this would be a stables, because we've
gonna
got
be a stable.
Doodle,
Yep.
we've got all the other
Mhm.
horses, right? So
Mhm.
Yeah.
they're gonna need a place to stay.
I'm gonna work on this map kind of on my own. I might redo some of the layout as well. Like not
Sure.
majorly, but like, you know, I've gotten a lot better at using the program. This was
Okay.
like the first thing I made.
Right.
in Dungeon Draft, and I'd like to give it a better shot.
There is archery on the right side.
Oh yes.
And an archery
In the
place,
place.
yeah, that's right.
For Foodle
And I
to
made like a
target
patio,
practice.
like
That's
a
right, you
fireplace
wanted to
back
make
here.
that
And after hearing Foodle talk to his aunt, Kiona wants to put like a wooded area behind the house here as much as they can to the property
That would
for
be
them.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, do we have a thing
Anyway,
that'll
yeah.
grow a tree? Or is that my campaign?
Yes.
Oh, do we?
No. I'm pretty sure you do.
Oh, snap.
Pretty sure you do.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Instant tree. All right.
Instant
But yeah,
tree.
so Foodle is like
Anyway, yeah. So
Lying
you're
next to the
led
fountain.
into the courtyard.
going, whoa. They're sort of looking up at the fountain. Wait, Kiona, did I? Were you gonna show me something?
Well, yeah, but what were you just gonna say?
Well, I was thinking we should have lots and lots of trees, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think that it would be really good to have some shady places to relax.
Yeah, and
around the house.
I think I'm remembering this right. Ghosts are like afraid of trees. So, I think it'll help. We should just lots and lots of trees everywhere.
Poodle,
Poodle,
where did you hear that?
I don't think that's true.
I don't know. There was like a duck, and like a carriage, and a pumpkin, and there was
Fiona's
something.
looking around for the goat for what?
I don't remember if it was the duck
Poodle.
or
Trella.
the pumpkin or
Trella.
the carriage,
Trella.
I
but
think you
somebody
may have
told me
smoked a
that.
little too much.
There's no
Trella
such thing.
always hangs out at the fountain.
At the fountain,
She's not
right, so
always.
she's
Yeah, she
not
doesn't
looking
always
for her.
She doesn't always manifest. So most of the time she's not there, and usually you only see her out of the corner of your eye.
Okay. She's gonna kind of look at Foodle and be like, "All right, Foodle,
Yeah. You're
remember
so
that
pretty.
ghost that we helped?" Thank you. Do you remember that ghost that we helped on that island when we were doing the food contests with the people?
Little blinks for a little bit, and then like a look of horror. Oh, yes. Wait.
Right,
No,
but
it gobbled.
wait, Foodle,
It was-
no. But it was fine, right? We actually helped the ghost, and the ghost gave us information that we needed
Yeah, but
for the mission at hand.
right.
It was not a bad ghost.
We offered it a sacrifice, and that appeased it for the time. But like, how long until
I don't
it
think that that's
strikes?
what we did, Foodle. I don't think that that's how that went.
I don't know. I don't know.
Fema, I don't know how to convince him, except
Fema. I think it was the pumpkin. It's coming back to me now.
Well, I think you may have had a little too much. Can you just take a couple deep breaths? Kiona, I'm assuming there's a ghost in the house.
Is there?
well, maybe
Foodle,
Maldra, you want to hold on to Foodle's hand for a minute? Because she doesn't know what else to do, but he's gonna bolt, and she doesn't want that to happen. So she's trying to make sure that somebody has a hold of him, so he has to stay there.
Alright,
What
let's
do pumpkins
see.
eat?
How do you manifest this ghost? I think we should just do it quickly,
I mean, we
ripping
could
off
just-
a band-aid.
Okay, well, she usually hangs out around the fountain, I think, and she used to live here. Her name is Trella.
Mazra.
Athena will step towards the fountain and say,
Lorilla just goes, "Wait, there's actually a ghost?"
Yeah,
Hello.
I mean, she was here before we left, and not all of us saw
"Hello,
her.
Trella dear. I'm Athena, a woods witch. It would be lovely to meet you."
Trella, it's okay. Foodle here's afraid, but I mean, I don't think most of us are. And since we're gonna live here now, maybe you should just get to know us a little bit. I think Foodle needs to get to know you a little bit.
Ephema, roll an Arcana check. I don't know exactly how else to do this because you're not really casting a spell or anything.
Right. Fiona's just talking into the air.
Yeah, but you know,
I didn't roll very well. I only got an 8.
Oh no.
Shoot.
Yeah,
the
in this
Can
area.
Fiona help?
Mountain.
Sorry, yeah.
Can I help her on the roll?
Well, you've gotten her. You guys found her. Are you asking about her corpse, Megan? I think you did.
No, she just wants to.
Oh.
She just wants the ghost to manifest.
Yes.
Who's holding Foodle's hand, by the way? Hands?
Oh, I was gonna say, Ephema has an ability called Fey Presence, which, as an action, can cause each creature in a 10-foot cube to make a Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by her. I was gonna say, if this is the area where she usually manifests, she might try to use her Fey Presence to charm her.
Okay. Yeah. You can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I don't know how many uses of that you get, but
she gets one use before, so she'd have to short rest to do it again.
Okay, yeah.
We'll kind of ask
So you use that,
like, where they usually.
and we're kind of, we're kind of bending the usage of that ability.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's okay. I don't mind. So you kind of see almost like a flickering image, like she's not. It's not easy for Trella to manifest, and so most of the time when she's like going, when she's going unseen and she's doing the whole like she's only appearing out of the corner of your eye, but then when you actually turn and look, she's not, no one's there, is because that's kind of the limit of what she's able to do to manifest herself most of the time. And so with the application of Ephema's witchy abilities and her Fey presence ability to sort of reach out and charm everything around, you're able to kind of get through to Trella what you're trying to do, and you can see this flickering, and you hear the muffled, like almost like a muffled static crackle of like magical arcane energy as this image of a very pale girl with nothing but shadows for eyes and a mouth, with long, stringy, dripping wet black hair. Like she looks like the Ring Girl, basically with like no face, and she's just looks down at Foodle like this,
and Foodle sort of looks
sitting
at her
on the edge of the fountain
and goes, "Oh, this is freaky."
Now,
Am I imagining
wait.
this?
No, you're not. But wait just a minute. Since we're bending some spell applications here, Ephema is going to. I don't know if you'll let this work. I'm actually looking at her spells. But she has a spell that is Vampiric Touch. It only works on like usually the way it works is she casts it and then she attacks and she absorbs whatever life essence that she does damage. But she basically wants to try to reverse it, and she just takes out a dagger and sort of nicks her palm to do a tiny bit of damage to herself and try to give the magic essence to Trella so that she can manifest more strongly.
Okay. You can't normally do this.
No, I know.
But
this is
for
completely
flavor, I'll allow
outside of-
this. Yeah.
It's beyond the realm of the mechanics, but I'm putting.
Yeah, and so the image kind of
want.
Yeah.
Like,
Use a spell slot. The image kind of solidifies, and the ghostly figure has more definition.
Oh, is this fine? I don't know if this is fine. Wait, I have an idea. Hold on, you guys. And Foodle pulls something out of his bag, and he digs a little hole and sticks an object out of his bag into the ground. And Ghost, it's the thing that's gonna grow a tree. A big ass tree.
Okay, does it just do it right there?
I think. I mean, hold on. Let me. Hold on.
That's where we have a tree in the other design, isn't there?
I was thinking that, and it's perfect because Foodle's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
we're fine, and we have a tree. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay.
You're being very rude to your house. Again,
So
right?
the tree shoots up out of the ground, fully formed, leaves forming a canopy everywhere, and you see the ghostly figure look up like this and start back a little bit, and then do this. And you don't hear anything though as she claps her hands, and then her image like kind of flickers out of existence. There's like and then she's gone, and she reappears. You hear that muffled static sound again. She reappears sitting up on one of the boughs of the tree with her feet dangling, and she's sort of swinging her legs, looking very pleased with herself up there.
See, Foodle? She's not that bad.
Yes, it worked. Foodle does not notice her up in the tree. He's like, look, the tree. She's gone. We did it. Oh,
No,
we're
Foodle,
safe.
she's...
Oh, I knew it would be
Fima will
fine.
put a hand on either side of Foodle's face and sort of make him kind of look at her, and she'll say, "Now see here, Foodle. I understand why you find ghosts to be frightening, but that girl up in that tree, she's probably far more scared than you are, because she was a living being and now she's not anymore, and this was probably her house before it was your house. So I suggest you be polite and start treating her like you would treat a living, breathing girl."
Right.
I think if
And she
Fima's
kind
right,
of
Foodle.
directs his head up so that he can see the ghost in the tree.
I think you were trying to be comforting, but that was all horrifying. Oh, hello. Oh, no. She's immune to
Now,
the
And
Imagine-
the ghost waves down.
Look, Foodle,
Now
she
imagine-
loves trees just like you.
And imagine this, Foodle.
Oh.
Imagine if someday your spirit leaves your body and ends up inhabiting another plane. Wouldn't you want other gnomes to be nice to you as well? Or would you want them to scream
Wait.
and run away?
Do you think that's what's gonna happen?
I don't know, but it could.
Oh, no.
But Foodle, look. She likes trees. Just like we do.
I hope that's a good thing.
I think it is. I think it's a sign that she likes what you did.
I like
And
trees.
she'll be your friend if you want her to.
I like friends.
That's right.
Mazra, do you like friends?
Kiona will, wide-eyed, clenched jaw, smiling, look at Namazra.
Well,
looking up.
Poodle, that depends a great deal on the friend and the quality of the person that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But honestly, look, you really think that I would put up with that ghost if I thought she was a danger to any of us?
No, that's a good point.
Maybe you should start by saying hello, Foodle.
Okay. Hello, Foodle.
The, go-
Foodle.
the ghost puts her hand to what passes for her mouth, and her shoulders shake in a silent giggle.
What?
She meant say hello to her.
What did I say?
Trella. You said hello to yourself.
Oh. Oh, bother. Okay, hello, Trella.
And the ghost waves again.
See, Trilla's nice, and I'm sure she'll be a lovely companion to have around the house.
Oh, I hope so.
And at this point, the ghost disappears. The magic that was allowing her to manifest has run its course, and she's simply gone again.
Where'd she go? She's right
Well-
behind me, isn't she?
No,
Well-
I don't think so.
Noodle, it's hard. It takes energy for ghosts to make themselves seen, so she can probably only be seen a couple minutes every day.
Oh.
But I bet if you leave things out for her, like a notebook, or maybe even if you sprinkled some sand in the courtyard, you might be able to exchange messages. You just go away, and when you come back, she'll answer you. She may have answered you, and then you can have conversations, almost like email.
I don't know
Oh, what?
I don't know what that is, but I could ask her questions.
I
Just like
don't know exactly
email.
what it is, but I know you have to go away and come back, and then you have more.
Right. That's a good idea, Fema. I
Mazra,
wish I had thought of that.
write this down. We need to look up what email is. Wait, we could ask the ghost. Maybe she knows.
Well, in any case, Foodle, that's all very exciting.
Wait, are you
but
okay? Lorilla,
there's
you're okay, right?
oh yes, I suppose. I've seen Stranger.
Do you like the tree? It's great, right? I love this tree.
It is beautiful, and this place could use more trees.
I agree.
But in any case, there's actually somebody else that I think you should see as well.
Is it another ghost?
No, it's
Okay,
not.
I'm ready.
Why don't you come inside with me? And she and Trella, not Trella, Lorella opens Trella. Yeah, your aunt turns back to face you, and it's the face of the shadow eyes. And its mouth like elongates, and it's like yeah. But no, Lorella opens the door from the courtyard into the place where you've set up your family and the other survivors from Lumbrel. And inside, waiting for you, is Foodle's father. Finely dressed, dressed in nicer clothes than you have ever known anyone from Lumbrel, or frankly Blycross either, to wear. He's got a hat with a big old feather in it, and he is sitting on top of one of 3 large chests that have been set down in the room.
Papa, is that really you?
Oh, Foodle! Well, it's about time you made it back here. And he hops off the treasure chest and he runs over and grabs you in a big hug and he lifts you off the floor. He's seeming much healthier since the last time, since you parted ways with him, where he could barely even speak and he was practically skinny down to the bones.
Kiona is misty because she thought she killed him. She legit was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Foodle wipes away some tears and is like, Papa, I'm so glad you're here. You look amazing. What is this outfit? Did Mama get you this?
No, actually, Foodle. Well, a mutual friend gifted
cool.
these to me. He still looks pretty thin and tired from his ordeals, and his hair is a lot grayer than you remember, and he's got sort of a close cropped beard that's mostly gray. So he looks like, since the last time you saw him, it might have been like a couple years since you last saw him. It looks like he's aged like 15 after everything that he's been through. So yeah, he looks tired but happy, and certainly well taken care of. And he reaches into one side of his doublet and he pulls out a letter sealed with a wax seal and hands it to you. Here, your friend wanted you to have this.
Does it have like a name, or does Foodle recognize the seal?
Roll an intelligence check.
Oh, this ought to be good. That's a 9.
That's a 9. You don't recognize it.
Okay, so Foodle sort of looks from the letter to his papa, back to the letter. What? He said, this is crazy. Okay. And he just sort of rips into it.
Okay. And I am going to share a handout with you on Roll20, and I would like you to read it aloud.
Oh, should I not be on this screen and just read it for...
It's up to you.
Okay.
Up to you. Can you see it?
I can see it. All right, so Foodle starts reading. My dear friends, if I may be so bold as to call you such, for I realize now that you have been good friends to me, but I have been an awful one to you. Our mutual friend, Professor Blackford, paid me a visit. That's a scander, right? Oh, paid me a visit. But wait, so it's not from a scander. Paid me a visit to entrust a most welcome guest into my care before setting off for his homeland. I've done my very best to ease Mr. Sheppen's recovery, though the road for him is long. Through our many conversations, I learned the truth of Queen Fiannan's role. Ah! Foodle scans down to the bottom of the letter to see if there's a signature. You guys, it's Balian! He wrote us! Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, through many conversations, I learned the truth of Queen Fiannan's role in everything that has happened. The news shook me to my core. I wonder how I could have been so foolish. I regret the pain I've caused for others, for my own willingness to be someone else's puppet. I grieve for the other counts and the woman I loved for the personal hardships that transformed them into the monsters they became within and without. Did they deserve everything that happened? Perhaps, but in reflecting upon this myself, I can't help but feel a great deal of pity for them. Yeah. I have learned many hard but valuable lessons since you visited my estate, and made some difficult but vital changes. The first was to persuade, with a great deal of humility, the servants whom I terminated in my fit of passion, as well as many of my erstwhile guests. What does erstwhile mean? I actually know what it means,
Like-
but Foodle doesn't.
It's like earnest. It's like genuine,
Ah. Okay.
I believe.
Right, okay, to return. Right, all right, so Balian's getting him to come back as collaborators. Oh, it's just like Lumbrel, you guys! In a new vision for my garden, our garden, look at that! I think it goes without saying that many were doubtful of my character, but Melinda, Melinda, she was the best.
She was
Able to leverage the reputation she had built with the staff over the years to convince many of them. As for the garden, you would not recognize it today. The exotic trees and flowers have all been removed, save for a few in the now public conservatory. We sold them off to buyers who place more value in impressing others, as I once did, and use the money to plant crops suited to the climate. as well as some species of flora that once flourished before this land was swallowed by these accursed sands. The purpose of the Gardens of the Moon will no longer to feed one man's stunted ego, but rather to feed all of the despondent peoples of the Lost Dunes. What's despondent mean?
It means they're sad and they have no place.
Ah! Boy, this Balian, he's a smart one, isn't he? And perhaps someday, a forest kingdom will once again rise out of the desert. A new Amortica, fairer and kinder and more just than the one I lived in. Thanks to you, we again might have this chance. I've sent a small care package for you three along with Mr. Shepin on his journey to Cormantia. It is the last of what I inherited from my family, an unwelcome reminder of who I once was. I no longer wish to profit from anything in this world except which I built myself. I trust you will find a better use for it than I did? Ever
What?
at your service, Bailey.
Well,
Okay.
what does it mean?
I don't know.
And when you, as you're finishing up, Foodle, your father begins to open with some grunting effort the 3 large chests that Balian sent with him. And inside, you find a wealth of treasures. I'll read it out to you, but I'll send you a screenshot.
Is this the very
Chat.
same treasures we said we would turn away because?
Our dumbass, yeah.
Look, it was the right decision at the time.
We were told these
DK.
people were starving, okay? We didn't want to take the money out from their mouths.
Gently used, yeah.
VK says it's all used sex toys. The letter says he inherited it from his family.
God,
no.
They shall be heirlooms of my house.
The heirlooms of my people.
He's
Look at that one, Mazra.
We will find
He's
a
just
better
like,
use for them.
please.
Papa, what's
Billion's
this?
just like, please, take it, please.
Yeah. Wait, what did it say? An unwelcome reminder? Oh God. Poor Balian. It's so cursed.
So what it actually is 3,070 gold pieces, 12,600 silver pieces, 10 gemstones, including a pearl, 2 amber, 2 spinal, 2 jet, 2 garnet, and a chrysoberyl, which those will be worth something, but you need to get them appraised first before you find out what they're worth. And there are 3 items that stand out to Ephima's witchy eyes as being magical in nature.
What are they?
One of
Point
them,
them out.
yeah. One of them is a potion of fire resistance, which maybe that would have come in handy, but that's okay.
I bet it will again.
One of them is a beautiful emerald, and large emerald, perfectly cut, and this is an elemental gem. It contains a mote of elemental energy. When you use an action to break the gem, a water elemental is summoned as if you had cast the conjure elemental spell, and the gem's magic is lost. And then the other is a wand of magic detection. It has 3 charges, and while holding it, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast the detect magic spell from it. And it gains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn.
Oh, that's a good one. Ooh.
What was the silver amount? I'm sorry. that?
12,600. So
Wow.
12600.
Phenomenal. Ooh, guys.
It's a lot of silver.
Money for a tavern now. We can do it. Sorry, I'm very excited about that. I'm out of wine, you guys. Give me 30 seconds.
Yes,
to get, I
you
didn't bring
do.
it to my thing. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
I'm
for
gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put the magic items in the bag of holding on roll 20. Not the potion of fire resistance though. One of you will just have to put that in your inventory.
sure. Okay.
Because I did not make a separate handout for it.
You want to do that, Cully?
I think probably you should, because she's already got
Okay.
some, right? So
Got it.
I think yeah.
I'm just
you're
gonna
usually in the
drop
thick
a
of things.
screenshot.
Fire.
So I dropped a screenshot of the treasure hoard from my planning document into your into the group chat,
Oh,
just so that you
perfect.
have it in the group chat. This is a list
Thank
of what that
you.
was.
Yeah, I got most of it, but I didn't get the details on the gems. And the silver. That's really amazing.
That's so good, man. Whenever we don't have Athena, because she's got those awesome eyes, at least we can detect magic now. That's so good.
Holy
Oh.
cow! Right?
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
Now I did. So I just to caution you about detect magic. I did do a little bit more than what detect magic can actually do for flavor's sake and expediency's sake. Because detect magic cannot actually identify items. That's the identify spell.
Right.
You can tell that something is magical, and you can tell what school of magic it kind of exudes, but you can't tell like what it actually does.
Right.
But that's
So
good.
whatever school of magic the elemental gem, right? If you
Right.
had detect magic cast, you could tell that gem was magical, and you could tell that it's conjuration magic, but that's about it.
A poodle.
What? What? What?
That's gotta be enough money to open the tavern and I don't know, maybe get some other things done around here.
Yeah?
I think so. I mean, I don't know how much is there, and I'm not really good at telling that kind of thing, but it looks like an awful lot to me.
Is that like 400 gold? Mazra's like the money person. She's good with numbers. Or is it like 500 gold? I'm bad at that sort of thing.
Kiona will look at Mazra.
Oh, to open the tavern, or just how much we got?
Yeah, like how much is in
think
here?
it's
I mean,
more
this
than that,
is like
Poodle.
insane. Is this all real, or is some of it? I mean, I'm kind of seeing double right now.
She does
Oh,
some
never mind.
calculations and is like, I think so.
400 at least.
400 gold?
Mazra? Wait, am I
Yes.
drifting out of?
How much gold
No.
is in the chest, do you think, Mazra?
I don't know, maybe like at least 3,000.
What?
This is a guess.
That's a really big number, Mazra. Like, are you sure?
I mean, yeah.
I
You
mean,
think it'll be enough to start the tavern?
I think so. But we need to sit down and have a plan. Just know, I don't want us spending it just on a whim.
Right. That's probably a smart move.
how high do you think pumpkins can count? Because I don't think I can count to 3,000.
I'm not sure pumpkins can count food.
I think they can count
No.
to 0.
Why do you keep talking about pumpkins?
Well, because you got it in my mind. You were asking who told me that ghosts are afraid of trees, and it was the pumpkin.
A pumpkin told you that ghosts are afraid of trees.
Yeah.
I think you might need a nap, Foodle.
I mean, maybe. Or like 2.
Yeah, we should go up and see what kind of work we got to do on our rooms before we can start staying here.
Yeah, wait. Papa, where are you staying? Were you guys able to, like, figure out some stuff?
Oh, well, I imagine we're staying here.
Right, but the you know, does the place look somewhat fixed up? I think so, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Some areas are more fixed up than others, but this one is pretty well fixed up.
Okay. Okay, and so you guys have beds and everything. Have you worked on our rooms at all? Maybe.
This is Lorilla. No, we were hoping to wait for you to come back so that you could take a direct role in that yourselves.
I mean, that makes sense. Do I have somewhere I can nap though?
Well, sure. You can have my bed.
Oh. Okay, but just for the nap.
It's okay.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I still owe a debt at the one tavern for performances. So maybe we can stay there a couple more nights till we get our room straightened out.
Oh yeah, they probably have food. You guys, I'm so hungry right now. I could eat a lot, like a whole lot of stuff, like a
horse.
giant. No, I was Mazra. That was definitely not at all what I was thinking. I'm trying desperately not to say. I was thinking a giant sandworm.
It's fine, Foodle. But can we and she's gonna kind of look around and is the girl that ran the bath place around?
Oh yeah, Jaquilla.
Keona's gonna start like looking around Jaquilla.
So it's Jaquilla. Jaquilla. No, we can't. As much as I would love
Hey,
that.
I didn't know that you live here now.
Keona's gonna start looking through the house because she they've seen the courtyard. They haven't like gone.
She's not here right now, but I have been representing the family's interest, if you will, while she's gone. Why don't you leave a message with me?
Oh, I just was wondering how things were going in terms of the rest of the house, like the bathhouse and the.
Oh, wonderfully. Most of the common areas have been completely fixed up.
Wait.
Fantastic.
Common areas. Hold on. Where's Doodle?
Where is?
Well, in the stables, of course.
Oh,
How do you get there?
I don't know, but we have a stables, Kiona.
You probably came with your father.
Kiona will like turn around and be like, oh, and she, like when the realization when Poodle tells her that, she will beeline it for the stables.
Papa, did you ride a Doodle?
I did, Foodle. It's a very nice horse. You did a very good job with him.
He's the best horse, and to be honest, it wasn't so much me. She'll deny it, but Kiona did a lot of the work of training that horse and making sure Doodle wasn't gonna poop on me or anything. So, yeah, whatever horses do, I don't know.
Well, she seems like a wonderful girl.
Yeah.
As does your other friend, Mazra.
Yeah, she's great. Did you hear how good she is with money? She's like super good with numbers.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Actually, Balian did tell me exactly how much gold was in there, and I couldn't believe it. I asked him if he was the richest person in the universe, and he just laughed. No.
Oh.
If you can believe it, there are people that own more than 3,000 gold pieces.
What?
Yes.
Like the king?
That's what he told me anyway.
Or like
Now I never
the
saw much use for
gods?
gold. It's just a shiny rock. There are plenty of more useful rocks. It's soft and it bends.
I mean, I tend to agree. I mean, I think though we might be able to get a tavern going with some of this gold.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, we could have like some gambling, maybe. Not like too much, but like a little bit, you know. Maybe.
Get people to bet their shiny coin in exchange for more shiny coin.
Yeah, sounds like fun, right?
I suppose. But then what will you do with all the shiny coin?
I don't know. I think the plan is. Wait, hold on, Mazra. You know, we're gonna buy stuff with it, right? Like,
I have a 20-point investment plan that I'm working on.
See, it's probably like ale and like
He
venison
has a spreadsheet.
and trees. There's gonna be trees in there, right?
Yeah, of course.
See?
Mazra's just like, no, we're gonna invest it in a broad market exchange traded fund.
Yeah. Should see the portfolio.
Better books, just, studying the deep finance.
Okay, but wait a minute. Hold on. Things are going so fast right now. Kiona's gone. Where did she go?
Good to see the horses.
Oh, right. Let's go see the horses. So Fudo
Yeah, and
runs out the door.
right across right across the courtyard, you pass under the tree where Foodle, you get like a chill in your spine, and you wonder if she's watching you.
Doodle, she's not watching me right now, is she? Foodle whispers to Doodle.
Yeah. And you run across the courtyard and into the stables, and yeah, it's a fully functioning stable. It's been cleaned out, and the paddocks have been all repaired, and the horses are snug in there, munching on their hay, living their best horsey life.
And Kiona is in there, like, talking to them and patting them and rubbing them down, like giving them, like, all the love because she hasn't seen them. She's so excited that they're okay.
This is amazing. Oh my geckers. Wilmop did such an amazing job. Kiona, I told you, Wilmop Babble Trick. My second cousin, this has his handiwork all over it. Look at this place. This is actually in my notes from episode 51.
Okay, I was gonna say,
I was wondering if you had a note document open.
Oh yeah, it's right over here.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember
He's got
something.
He's got the whole Foodle family tree open there.
Oh yeah. and this is in the notes from episode 51. So like
Right,
30
right.
something 30 episodes ago actually. Oh my god. Anyway.
Okay. Right on. Yep. All right.
He's a carpenter.
In the interest of moving things
Right,
along,
sorry.
let's get to some of your downtime activities. So you spend the evening.
The bathhouse lady, sorry.
Oh, there you go.
You told me the episode number,
Who?
now I can find the notes. Maya.
What's that?
S-A-Y-A.
Maya.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you spend the night at your new home, feeling quite at comfort there. I think is this your first night spending overnight at the home, or no? You said that you spent the night at the tavern because
we don't have bedrooms yet.
We did attempt.
Or do we
Yeah.
have at least beds? Would they have cleaned up the room and
Well, we
populated
have our
beds? In
bedrolls.
which case, we might have stayed there.
You have your bedrolls.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Do you have your
we
camping
can just use
gear?
those and stay
My
there if you guys would
memory
rather do
is
that.
hazy of 30 episodes ago, but I think there was definitely like a ghost encounter, and I think we had tried to spend the night, but Foodle was just like, nope, I'm out, and we went to like the hotel or whatever, like the tavern, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
we just
yeah.
noped out of there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. So you spend the night in comfort, and the the place is actually kind of starting to feel like home to you, which is a far cry from what this place was like before. And the next day, the sun dawns on Lysantia, and each of you has, for the first time in a couple months, found yourselves with nothing to do but your own personal business.
Foodle's gonna spend the entire day with his family, telling them everything, catching them up on.
All right.
He's just.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's start with. Why don't we start with some of Mazer's downtime?
Mm-hmm. Let's
Okay.
get it.
Which bits?
you
I
sent
have
me-
like 4 things I was gonna do.
Yes. What is
gonna be
your
a busy bee.
priority?
I think probably she will go visit Cantlebane because she doesn't know how long this is gonna take.
Okay. So, and by the way, we can just assume that you've dispersed some of the funds to get the work on the tavern started. But we can talk
We all
about
sat
exact
down and
numbers.
talked about that
later.
last night before we went
Yeah.
to bed.
Yes. Yes. And Foodle was definitely there and definitely remembers all of it.
Right, exactly.
He definitely was.
He was
not-
there
Yeah.
physically,
Yeah.
perhaps not mentally.
He was like, "Yeah, Mazra. Yeah,
Financial plans, man.
yeah, money and shit. Yeah."
So we'll work out. I think I had a number for how much it was going to cost you, but I need to re-find that
Oh, for the
for the tavern. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
So
yes.
we'll take care of like the actual numbers and stuff off stream, but we'll say that you've spent, like with any sort of construction project, you're not spending all the money all at once. So you started to disperse the funds. Workers are coming and starting to build the tavern, because I know Mazda, part of your downtime thing was some tavern stuff as well. So you're going to Cantlebane's workshop first, though.
Mm-hmm.
And so you travel out. You take your horse and travel out that northern gate, heading into the Copper Hill district, the suburb outside of the city walls, into sort of that farmland, as the city gives way to a sort of a more pastoral look with little clumps of buildings here and there. And you approach a familiar building, a decommissioned barn, up at the top of a hill, and you hear just this massive bang, a clap of thunder go off, and a billow of black smoke rise out of this barn, and the cows grazing in the pastures nearby kind of don't even notice. Like, this is a regular occurrence to them at this point. They just keep on chewing. They don't even turn to look around. And so as you enter Cantlebane's workshop, you find it the same familiar place as the last time you were here. There's all sorts of like half-finished projects here and there, pieces of machinery made of metal and wood, and gears and cogs. There's a furnace that's lit, that's spewing out smoke. There's a drafting table in the corner with all sorts of half-finished schematics, crumpled up pieces of paper. There's like a little waste bin that's piled high with papers, and then there's more crumpled balls of paper on the ground around it.
I assume
And
he's
you
shouting
hear,
about the university.
Yeah. You just hear the clanging in the background, and those fools, they don't know what they're missing. I'll show them all.
Azra feels very at home here, as if maybe in another life she may have ended up somewhere like this.
Ranting about the fools at the academy.
Oh, that's so on brand for her.
Short-sighted.
And when I take my revenge, no one's getting out alive.
Oh god.
Yeah, so she
Yeah,
she has a little crate with her that she's brought along, and actually she may have asked to borrow the bag of holding for the day. So she have that with her, and then we'll if he's not out there, we'll ding the bell if there's a bell.
Yeah, you don't see him anywhere. You just hear his voice echoing as he's complaining and ranting as he always is. I'm gonna ignore what's going on in chat right now. Like, I don't even know what that's about. Sorry, chat. I've got to hide you. Getting distracted here. So you ring the bell. And the ranting stops, and you hear this voice say, "Yeah, who's there?" And out from behind the counter pops up this figure. You hear this clatter of objects like falling and getting moved around and clanging, getting closer and closer and closer, and then up behind the counter pops this middle-aged man. Ah, well. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? One of my best customers.
Yeah, we're back.
I see that. Well, I see one of you.
Yeah, they have their own business to deal with. It's just me today.
Well, you know what I like to say. Three's a crowd. Ha ha. So what can I help you with?
I have some work for you.
Uh-huh. I assume so.
Yeah. So she'll
Well, bring it here.
first things first, and she'll take her arm off. And kind of lay it down on the counter and says, I can do some new things now. I need to be able to work magic through this, and currently I cannot do that.
All right. So are you looking for me to etch in or engrave in some sort of a magical array through which you might focus your arcane casting abilities? You were an arcane caster, weren't you?
Not anymore.
Oh,
More of a divine nature, I guess.
wow. Well, nobody's perfect. You can see from his face that he's like lost a little bit of respect for you.
She just shrugs, and she's like,
Who am I to question somebody's superstitions? But in any case,
well, she'll also lay out. She'll take the amulet off and lay it down and say, she'll probably has a sketchbook with her and has sketched some things out to show him, and just showing how she wants to have the amulet kind of embedded into the arm, and then
sure.
we'll explain how the kind of channeling works. Because if I can't channel, I'll just set the arm on fire.
I mean, he looks at you when you're talking about it, because your channeling works through means of, like, you tap into the power of the oath that you swore and the guidance of your ancestors and things, like, which is actually how it works. And he kind of, like, sometimes he looks at you and he's like barely containing like a scoff at some of this explanation that you're giving him. He's like, yeah, right. But before long he kind of stops and he thinks, You know, I think, yeah, I think I might have something for you. You see, if I use a little bit of copper here, a little bit of iron on this part, yeah, increase the conductivity, the thermal load on that. I think I could do it.
Good.
Give me 2 days, and let's see. Let's call it 100 gold pieces.
All right.
Wait, she's not gonna have
Okay.
it?
I was
Okay.
gonna say, Mazra didn't fight with him about how
She-
Masra, I've
She
been
is for
talking you
once
up
because
to
this
everyone about how good you are with money.
in this case because it is a special artisan. She has feelings about that. So
That's true.
and
Mazra respects the craft.
It's true.
she does, and so she will pay up.
Yeah.
Or may even actually what she may do is she'll say, I'll give you half now and I'll give you half when it's finished.
Fairly agreeable standard terms.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, I have something that may interest you a bit more. And so she'll kind of take the bag of holding, pull something. She'll pull out a bottle with what looks like kind of aqua colored sand in it. And she's like, we were currently in a place with some sand with very interesting properties. I'm looking for ways to make more of a martial use of this. And I thought if you would like to either help me or assist with studying it, you may find some useful interest for it yourself.
Well, let's take a look at this. Where did you say you got this?
The law students.
So he pulls out like another set of glasses that has like all these lenses that he can sort of like
Don't breathe it.
one
Don't
magnifying lens on another.
Don't breathe it in.
What? And when you say the law students, he's like, what? You actually came out of that place alive?
Yeah.
And you brought me sand from there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any more?
I do.
Well, what exactly does he want from me? Want to hire me for something? Or?
Well, I'm hoping to research it. I would like to find, like I said, I'd like to find ways to use it in a more martial capacity. Each of them has its own separate property, which you may know. And I feel that it could have interesting applications.
Most interesting indeed. I've heard tell something about this, but so far nobody's come by my workshop offering to let me work with this stuff. This will take a few weeks.
Perfectly fine.
And I'll do the research for free, as long as you let me keep my notes on it.
Very well.
All right. Wow. All right. Be on your way then. Let me do my work.
All right. And with this, does he just want the one color, or does he want like every color?
Oh, he wants all of them.
Okay. She will provide
Everything
him with
you got.
a vial of each color. Because
He's just like grabs
Yeah.
each of them as they come up.
she collected a lot of sand.
All right. So he squirrels the sand away, and then as you're leaving his shop, you hear him cackling, and he's like, let's see. Professor McGillicuddy, you gotta look at this.
Oh my
Wait to see what I got coming for you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and she will have left him a list of like what each one does, just so he's careful.
Right.
Okay, and then she'll for now, that's her main stuff for the
Right.
moment, and she'll head back
Okay.
to the house.
All right. Let's go. Let's switch gears over to actually on your way back to the house. You before we switch gears, you re-enter the city through the northern gate, and your travel takes you past the royal palace, and you see that there's a small crowd of people wearing sort of the traditional white and blue lined robes associated with the worship of Staravia, standing outside the palace gates, each one just holding a lit candle in their hands, standing there silently as you pass by.
She may pause and kind of, as politely as Mazur can polite, try and ask one of them what's going on.
The person that you ask says nothing, doesn't even regard your presence, but another individual who you passingly recognize as one of the lower order attendants from the Temple of Light does speak to you, and sort of speaks to you in a loud voice, and sort of is looking around as if the answer is not meant for your ears alone. We are holding a silent vigil, praying for justice for High Priest Matilda, who has been wrongfully incarcerated and accused of crimes she did not commit.
I see. Well, good luck with that.
All right, and you continue on your way, and as you pass by the Temple of Light as well, you see there's another group, kind of very small. We're talking like half a dozen people at each location, just sort of standing around. Same thing, silent protest and vigil, proclaiming High Priest Matilda's innocence. There's you hear some grumbling from some of the crowds in support of these sort of civil protesters. Things about the king has broken centuries of traditional separation between the crown and the temples, and they came for the Temple of Light. Who's next? You're hearing some faint, fairly low-level criticism of this regard on your way home. But yeah, your reaction to all that is, I assume, pretty much the same. Like, yeah, well, okay, good luck with that. And we're gonna switch gears over to Kiona. So Kiona and Ephema, right?
Yeah, Kiona is going to spend the day hanging out with the horses, the stables, whoever has kind of taken charge of doing this stable thing, talking to them about the horses and introducing Fema to their house, and probably occasionally running into Foodle and his family along the way, because they're probably in the same kind of spaces. So that kind of thing. Just in general, hanging out and chatting about magic and things. So yeah,
Fima has like as soon as Kiona expresses a desire to learn more about magic, Fima pulls like this tattered old book out of her. She seems to have like pouches that she just kind of pulls stuff out of because witch. And she has this old. It looks a little bit tattered, but it's very well cared for book. And the pages are sort of aged, but they turn easily, and you can see that there's all this handwritten notes, very carefully kept, and all these like diagrams and drawings, and some arcane symbols that Kiona might start to recognize because she's been trying to study Arcana. And Ephema will be like, "Well, I don't know that I do exactly the same kind of magic that you do, but I think I could teach you the basics."
I mean, I would really appreciate that because sometimes it just comes to me like it just clicks or something, and there's a feeling, but sometimes I see things and I'm just not sure, and I don't know how to decipher it, and I really want to learn.
I think there are people that spend their whole lives studying these sorts of things, Kiona, but people like you and me, we sort of pick it up as we go. I mean, I have help, of course. My patron kind of tells me what she wants me to do, but yes, I think if you learn to read some of the runic alphabets and the building blocks of magic, you'll be able to make sense of things when you encounter it.
I do think I would really appreciate that. I know it's going to be a lot more kind of book studying than I've done in the past, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
It's much more interesting than the books I had to study when I was young.
She kind of laughs.
Well, that's good. Because Kiona is not looking forward to actually studying books that have, like, she's just thinking about the library at Underlore's place and just like, I don't want to spend forever there.
And there's like a montage of like Ephema like showing, like drawing these different runes like in the dirt and explaining what they mean, and then like helping Kiona make these different like magic circles, and then there's like a bunch of pages all over the place, and Kiona's like slumped over because she's like, oh my gosh, how will I ever get this? All Ephema like fans her, and then and then more runic circles and stuff. But yeah, Ephema will just kind of take her through like the basics of like the arcane schools and how they're represented, and
would we be able to maybe potentially start adding books and things to our library in the house during this phase? Like,
yeah,
so like it's a good opportunity for us to work on that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say like Ephema, you rapidly reach a point with all this where you realize like just your own sort of verbal explanation, which sometimes, I don't know if Ephema realizes this about herself, can become quite meandering and rambly.
At some point, Kiona is sitting there like this, and one of the stories, like,
yeah. So she's your lecture on transmutation magic very quickly veers off into stories about how your own grandmother taught you to bake cookies or whatever. But yeah. And so Ephema, you kind of realize that Kiona's not just going to get it from, the resources that you happen to have on you when you've come here and your own sort of verbal retelling of all of this. And so you kind of have to take Kiona out on the town and throw down a bit of cash to collect some resources of Kiona's own. So kind of what you're talking about, adding books to the library, going to find those books, study some of those things, find some other individuals who are knowledgeable in some of the areas of magic that Ephema is kind of like like I'm thinking I'm thinking of like a Gordon Ramsay video I watched once where he goes to like Malaysia and this little old lady in the kitchen is telling him like, yeah, you just throw in like they had their own special word of like however much, right? And he's like freaking out because he's like, what do you mean? Like, where's the measuring cups and things like, and she's just like, yeah, you just like this, right? And so like that's Ephema, but there's also the more scientific side, right?
I think at a certain point too, like Ephema starts describing like what magic feels like. Like she describes how she sees magic with her eyes, but also just like what it feels like when she does magic as well, because it starts to become about like a personal experience, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Ephema does do it's arcane magic, but it's different. It comes from a different source, right?
Yeah.
So Ephema does do different magic than Kiona.
Right,
Yeah.
and her feeling when Ephema describes her feeling, it's probably different from what Kiona feels when she does her magic.
Gotcha.
I think.
There's
So what we're
probably,
actually
like,
going to do here,
but
Well,
yeah, I
some
would imagine.
similarities, but yeah.
Yeah, because Ephema draws her power from another being in another world, right? So
yeah.
there's sort of a
So
handshake there.
Yeah, what we're actually going to do here is we are going to do something that I actually read up on this before because somebody else in the party wants to do something similar, but we're gonna do something similar here called the research downtime activity. And basically, you need to spend 50 gold pieces per week that you spend doing this. Ephema, you are going to be able to give Kiona advantage on this.
So
So the way, yeah.
Can I just say Ephema has the researcher background as well. So when you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where and from who you can obtain it. And so basically, I think she would know where to. I don't have like a specific bonus. It doesn't give me a specific bonus, but it basically says your DM might rule that the knowledge you seek is, wherever.
Yeah. So I'll tell you how it works, and I'll tell you what we're going to do with that. So basically how it works is you need to spend 50 gold pieces to go around, find the resources, find somebody to talk to. You might come in, walk into like this fancy pants library, the university that Cantlebane got kicked out of or something like that, right? And they might be all stuffy and looking at like Kiona, the stable girl, and Ephema, the crazy grandma, and be like,
You're currently blue tiefling stable girl.
but you'll but so these people will kind of look down their nose at you, and maybe you slide a little bag of gold to them and bribe them to give you access to their archives or whatever. So how it works is you spend 50 gold pieces a week per week that you spend doing this, right? And you make an intelligence check. Now you can add additional +1 bonuses up to a maximum of +6 bonus by spending increments of 50 gold pieces on top of the initial expenditure. What we're going to do with Ephema helping you, who is proficient in Arcana in the first place, Kiona is going to get advantage on these checks. With Ephema's researcher background, you get a +1 bonus for free. So you have to spend the 50 gold pieces to do the activity, but you, instead of starting at a +0, you start at +1, if that makes sense.
Kiona's willing to do 4 weeks of research at this juncture. Like, she has enough money for that. That's what she wants to do, like in her personal funds and not the group funds. And so she is willing to do at least that much of time in at this juncture. So yeah.
Okay.
Is that for just straight intelligence checks?
So you make one, you're going to do it 4 times?
4 weeks. She would pay
do 4 weeks?
gold,
okay.
200 gold altogether.
200 gold.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so straight intelligence checks, you get a +1 bonus and you get advantage on it.
Okay. Well, we'll just add the +1 with our head. What? That's such a good roll for the first
What'd you
one.
get?
I got an 18.
Read off the,
with
18 for the
advantage
first
on
one?
that one.
Okay.
So 19, I'm sorry. +1, I rolled 18.
So normally how this works That would be an interesting challenge. Girl Green Ninja, make all the players switch characters for 10 minutes. We're not going to do it for this session because it's not a good time. There's nothing happening in this session that really lends itself to that. But I think that would be a lot of fun to do in the future.
Yeah,
I think that would be a lot of fun to do in the near future.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. That would be fun to do.
God,
we'll have to find a way to do
down
that
for my campaign. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah. That'll be fun. That's such a good idea. So we're kind of bending the rules on research. What it does here is that you learn 2 pieces of lore, or whatever. We're gonna work until you get up to a certain amount of pieces of lore that I'm gonna have in my head.
Okay.
And then once you reach
Is
that,
this
you
like
get
the
your
arcane knowledge I've been counting so far? So
Yeah.
I had 3 before this. 3 points toward.
Okay, and you
whatever
get 2
that is.
more. Yep.
Okay. 2
All right.
more.
So make a and then during this week, sorry, I've my little meta plot that's going on as well. During this week, while you and Ephema are working away in this dusty old archive, you hear 2 students behind you whispering to each other. Did you hear about the embassy that's on its way from Luxar to Lysantia? Apparently, the ambassador was sent by the Archon of Luxar herself to conduct his own investigation and observe the proceedings of Matilda's trial. The other student responds, "Why? Do you think the elves doubt that His Majesty is going to give Matilda a fair trial?" "I'm not sure, but it seems that the king is welcoming the news, at least publicly. He's starting to put up the streamers to welcome the ambassador and his entourage's honored guests." That's kind of all you hear.
She'll kind of.
Second week.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll
No,
do
go
it.
ahead.
Just keep going. She'll kind of look at Mafima and be like,
All
well,
right.
we might need to talk to Mazar and Fooble about that later, but.
Yeah, Fema will ask for like the story. I assume as the weeks go on, she's
Right,
sort of,
they'll
like piecing
chat
together
while they
everything
do
that
all of that,
everyone's
yeah.
done. Yeah, while she was gone.
Yeah. We got another 19.
Oh, another 19. So 2 more pieces of lore. That brings you to 7. You have 3 plus 2 plus 2, right? Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, and so you're learning more and more as you go. You're becoming much more confident. You're kind of like, as Ephema, she'll throw like little pop quizzes at you, and she'll be like, quick, what's necromancy, right? And you'll be like, da 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 da. And she'll throw you like little curveballs, like, the cure wounds spell. Which school of magic is that a part of? And you'll say, oh yeah, and the first, it's like a montage where it's the first couple weeks you're like, conjuration, and she's like, no, and she hits you with a stick. But then she throws that at you, and then as you're going, you're like, it's necromancy, and she's like starting to swing the stick at you, but it stops like just an inch from you. She's like, very good, dear.
she drew a like progress outline swirl on the ground, and like Callum slimes it the closer she gets to the goal. He slimes along it to show how far she is towards the final.
Oh my god, poor Callum.
Callum's helping.
And you're becoming a bit more aware as you're moving around the city, on your little excursions and things like that, especially since you're spending the time in so many halls of academia and learning. that where the conversations tend to be a bit more elevated, and it's about like ideas and some of the big things that are happening and what the implications are, that you're beginning to detect that there are some tensions beginning to simmer within the city over this approaching embassy from Luxar. And now, in pre-modern times, an embassy was not like a building where a bunch of staff sort of permanently worked. They would be like a traveling entourage of people from another country, and it would include like artists and scholars and soldiers and engineers and priests and things like that, who are like coming to learn and also to communicate and things like that. And so this embassy that's approaching, some people are beginning to wonder if they're coming to interfere in the king's justice, because while Cormantia, the kingdom, has outlawed slavery, the elven city-states, of which Luxar is sort of like the top one, nonetheless allows each city-state to keep their own laws on the matter. And so not all elves kind of agree with this. And they have this kind of like, well, it's each city's responsibility. Right. It's each city's responsibility to decide like what the law is on this or that. Right. And so the question is Luxar looking to impose this sort of culture onto Cormantia? Because the elves have regarded the humans of Western Gondara, of which Cormantia is a part, as kind of like children under their tutelage for centuries. And so some people are beginning to wonder, like, are they coming to interfere? Are they coming to supervise this trial to make sure that it's done properly, as if they're treating Cormantia as like a sub-kingdom that they have some sort of influence over? Anyway, that was the second week. The third week, let's make your roll.
Let's just say that as Kiona gathers this information at dinner that night, she will disseminate it amongst Mazra and Foodle and whoever else is at the table about what she hears. So you guys are all...
Foodle's gobsmacked.
I gotta put the chat away. You guys are gonna make me get a big head.
Oh, week shit, not a good week.
Shitty roll.
It is really not a good week. It is a 3.
Oh no! Oh no! A 1 and a 2 at advantage. At advantage. Remember,
at least one bad roll. Come on.
Yeah.
Now you got a +1. Now what I'm gonna get you to do? Are we gonna include this in? I don't know, because I need to ad-lib this. Actually, yeah. I want you to roll a d6 and tell us what the number is.
It's a 1.
What? Do you have inspiration? Oh god.
You guys don't even know if it's
Wow.
bad. You
We don't know what it's about, though.
It's a D6. It's not a
Did
D20.
I use the inspiration I do have? Because I do have an inspiration.
Is Ghost gonna let you use inspiration for
No,
that? You don't know
you're
what
not.
it does.
I'm gonna. No, don't use it on this. Don't
Okay.
use it on
Okay,
this.
okay,
Because no matter what you roll on this die, something bad's gonna happen.
okay.
So.
I'll just accept it. That's fine.
But this one's pretty bad. While you are one night weak and weary, pondering over a tome of forgotten lore, thinking of your lost love, Lenore, you're looking at this book, and it's just frustrating you. And Ephema is over your shoulder, kind of pushing you a little bit. Which Ephema has a good sense for pushing you when you need to be pushed.
When I was your age, I stayed up all night studying these kinds of materials to pass
At
my
this point,
test.
Ephema's
next
voice
day.
is like grating on her,
Yeah,
and she's
yeah,
like twitching
yeah.
a little bit.
And
There
you
was
feel.
one time.
You feel that kind of building up in your chest, that
He's gonna
that
be
connection
wild
you have with your little passenger, and you actually surge. You do have a wild magic surge, but we're not going to roll it because it is as you're holding
He's
this book,
pre-picked the result.
you're kind of just like tighten your hands on the book, and your eyes flash with fire. So like, enough! And fire erupts from your hands, and you burn this ancient book that you're holding to cinders, and it just turns to ash in your hands.
Oh, God.
Maybe you should take a nap, Kiona.
This is what happens, Afima. It just happens, and they just gone, and she's like frustrated, and she's just like words are coming out of her mouth.
Okay, so we're gonna look at the consequences of that later, but basically that is you accidentally damage a rare book. And that's gonna come back to haunt you. Somebody loaned you that rare book. Somebody gave you access to that rare book, and you're gonna be in doo-doo.
And
But
this is highly unprecedented, but can Afima put in a call to her patron and see if she can compensate in some way for the damage to the book?
call to whom? Who are
Her
you?
patron.
The person? Her patron? Yes. But the Megana, as an archfey creature, is quite capricious. And basically, the Megana will use her pull that she has with the even more capricious goddess Narema to find another copy of this supposedly one-of-a-kind book that was destroyed. But
What does Afima have to
Kiona,
pay for it? Oh.
Afima doesn't have to pay for anything. Kiona now owes the Megana a favor.
I have good news and bad news. I managed to replace the book, but you might owe my patron a favor.
Ooh.
She has good days and bad days.
I mean, I guess it's okay if you do things for her. I guess it shouldn't be terrible.
Now, there's one thing you need to know.
And
about
Afima
Megana.
just winces like,
One thing you need to know about the Megana. She is an archfey, and that means that, well, she's a fey creature, and I think you've had experience with them.
Right. I think I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a great thing that she did, but sorry that I kind of had to commit you to the whole favor thing.
Sure. I get it, but thank you. I do.
You probably
I do
won't
have a
ask
bit
for the
room in
soul of
thing.
your firstborn child, so...
Well, that's good because I don't think there's gonna be a firstborn child. That's fine. Kiona's fairly certain she does not want children.
Now be very careful, Kiona, because I wasn't able to get her to fireproof this book, so there's still a small possibility. Maybe you should study it from across the room.
Right. I'll keep a bit of distance this time. I'm sorry. I think maybe I do need that nap, though. And she'll return home defeated.
I didn't realize Kiona was gonna have to pay for the favor.
no, you have,
Kiona was gonna have to make a bargain.
well, wouldn't that be convenient that the guest character that is going to step out of the campaign is the one that needs to take the bullet for that?
I fully
Yeah, I'm not letting that happen.
I fully expected there would be later consequences for it, but I'm happy to pass them on to Flutter.
Yeah.
Of course you are. Thank you.
All right, you have one
Two
more
of a kind,
week.
those two. Come on.
Yeah. You have one more week of study.
One more
So let's roll. Let's roll it.
Let's go. A 20, a dirty 20.
Nice, dirty 20. That brings you up to enough pieces of lore to gain proficiency in the Arcana skill. So you may now ceremonially check that box on roll 20.
Oh shit!
Yay! I will take her
That's
out for
amazing!
drink.
Hell yeah!
Party!
Ooh.
As Kiona is like meditating, sitting cross-legged like this and sort of hovering 2 feet up off the ground, with like her eyes are like glowing, and she's just like reciting by heart all the schools of magic and what they do.
Illusion, necromancy. She can't pronounce them.
And she falls. And she's stumbling over necromancy. She's necromancy, and she just. Flutter, you may ceremonially uncheck that box. No, just kidding. You can keep it.
That's so
thank
dope.
you, thank you.
Oh.
All right. As you're out celebrating at the tavern, and you're having a great time. You're up at the North Gate Inn, where you've made quite a reputation for yourself. Actually, you're at the Leaky Spoon, which is kind of your new favorite moment.
It's still there.
They
She
give you,
keeps
it's still
looping
there.
back.
It's still there, and you get free drinks for life there. The only problem is they'll only come back for like 1 month every
1 month out of
Hey, if Femino's got an astral project into that space, she taking full advantage of them.
That's true. But you're hearing some rumblings from some of the local Lysantians, not so much the Leaky Spoon people, but some of the patrons from the city, speaking in hushed tones, and there's a little bit of like frustration and a little bit of fear as well, because the embassy has stopped at Gurpok, and this is the first time that word has traveled, like somebody who has eyewitnessed this embassy has come back to Lysantia and started spreading around that, yeah, I saw them there, and there's it ain't 20 guys in a couple carriages, right? It's there's hundreds of them. And so some of the more fearful and conspiratorial types are beginning to whisper in the taverns and in the streets of this so-called embassy being more like an army coming to pressure the king to release Matilda, or even perhaps occupy the city. As you're kind of listening, and all of you, as you're listening with your ears to the ground at this point in time, almost a month since your return to the city, sentiment in the city is beginning to shift. This was a very devout city when you first arrived here, very proud of the vast majority of citizens are very proud of their faith in the Temple of Light, but some are beginning to view this religion, their religion, as being representative of a sort of foreign influence over Cormantia, and the crowds that have been forming these vigils have been growing in size, right, and still being like sort of silent and peaceful and calling for justice for Matilda, but also there are some small pockets that are showing up at some of these demonstrations who are beginning to shout and heckle at her supporters. And with that, we're going to move on to Foodle.
Oh, I was gonna do a thing, but that's okay.
Please do it. Please do it.
Oh, I was gonna say,
Foodle.
I was just gonna say, as sort of the rumblings start to go on, Ephema becomes a little more withdrawn than you're used to seeing her. And kind of once they all get back to the house after like witnessing a particular uproar. She says, I'm starting to remember why I retreated to my forest.
Yeah, things are complicated here.
People in large groups, they can get dangerous.
Right. It's not right.
I don't really know what to make of this yet. I mean,
I would be careful if I were you. When there are so many people with so many strong feelings, something usually happens.
yeah,
And it's not always good.
yeah, it kind of reminds me of a little bit of when we left, to be honest. I mean, there was a lot of unrest and rumblings then, too. I think we're seeing a bit more of that now.
You might have
You've
to.
done well for yourself in this place, but don't forget how quickly everything can turn in the other direction. That's what I learned when the goblins came.
Yeah. You know, is it worth... I don't really know who to trust in this city. I mean, we could ask the king and Shagraz, but... Or no. How do we say it in this world?
Mr. Shadeheart.
Mr.
I
Shadeheart.
think it's I don't know, maybe Shograz can correct us, but I think it's
Shiraz
Shiraz Shadeheart.
Shiraz
Yes.
But-
Shadeheart. Right, okay.
Yeah,
But he is also the ancient sorcerer Shograz.
Right. I don't know. I mean, Mr. Shadeheart, I don't know if he'd really have an opinion on it, to be honest.
no, but he might give us more honest information on what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, the king, you know, I trust him, and I think
But we
he's...
should definitely visit the king, too.
Right. It's just, obviously, he's... I mean, everyone will be, but I think the king will have a fairly strong bias. But it could be
Well,
useful.
I must insist that you promise me you'll never forget the most important thing.
And she kind of like takes everyone's hands and sort of puts them all together, even Mazra's. Like she kind of forces Mazra to put her hand in. She says,
Mazra starts to like move her hand away, and you like grab it and put it back in.
Yeah, she like firmly puts it in, and she
Kiana will giggle
Old
at her.
woman has a shockingly strong grip.
Most important thing in the world is family. Either the family that you're born to or the family that you choose. I forgot that once, and I've paid for it very dearly. Don't let yourselves make the same mistake I did.
Somehow, on top of your stack of clasped hands is Callum. You don't know how we got there.
It just appears there.
He's just there.
Athena, I think you're right. We gotta remember that. That'll be our compass.
And Kiona, who happens to actually be standing next to Alfie, will kind of give him a little elbow and a wink.
He just smiles up at you a little bit.
Thank you, Efima.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'd be after this last couple of weeks if it wasn't for you.
I think you would have found your way eventually, Kiona, but I'm glad I was able to give you some help.
Wait, are you leaving?
Yet, but, well, maybe we should have this conversation now. You see, Kiona isn't the only person who owes a very powerful being some favors. I suppose I never really told you how I became the Witch of the Woods, did I?
No. How did that happen?
And she kind of reaches up and takes off her antlers, because you forget that they are actually not
They're there.
antlers. She wears them like all the time. And she says,
A long time ago, I was just an ordinary woman. Just a plain old human with Well, I shouldn't say nothing special. I definitely had things I considered special, but I didn't grow up in a big city or go on adventures when I was young. I got married and I had children, and
That's an
then
adventure.
eventually they grew up and they got married and they had children, and one day I started to feel that ache in my bones, and I realized some of the people that I grew up with, they went out into the world and they discovered all of these things, and I had never really done that. And I thought, oh, my children are grown now and don't need to be here all the time, and maybe I'll still see my grandchildren from time to time, and so I didn't think I would find adventure. I was a little old for that, but I thought, oh, maybe I will find something interesting, and so I went away. I had my family's blessing. It was all very happy and exciting at the time, but well, I'm sure you know what happened, because the goblins came, and I was away, and I didn't get to say goodbye or help. I always thought, if I had been there, I mean, I didn't have magic back then. I don't know what I thought I would have done, but I felt like it would have been different if I had been there, and so I went away to my woods, and I was sad. But then I found the Magana, or I guess probably she found me. I mean, these Archfey, they're strange creatures, and they work according to their whim, and all the things that she promised me I would see and do if I accepted her pact. So I thought, I won't just be an old woman anymore. Now I'll be able to do something. And there were times I thought if I could throw it all away and give it all back for my family, I would. And then she kind of lays a hand on Alfie's shoulder, and she says, now I see that I have a new family. I have all of you, and I have Alfie, and I don't think it can exactly replace what I had, but it was worth it. But the powers, they don't come for free. The Fae, they don't give away favors without wanting something in return, and the Morgana has something she wants me to do for her. That's why she gave me these powers in the first place, and it wasn't to take care of Alfie, although I will do that, and I'll take care of you as much as I can when I can, but she'll be wanting me to leave soon. She wanted me to find something before the incident at the Leaky Spoon, and I suspect eventually, sometime soon, she'll want me to be back on my way again. Me and Alfie. But don't worry too much about me. I'm getting all that adventure I never had when I was young. And don't age anymore because, powerful magical pact with the Fae being. So it's not all bad.
Yeah. I think you're family, Ephema, and you've helped us so much. Is it anything that we can help with?
Oh, honestly, Foodle, it helps just to be around you and to be part of what's going on and hear all your stories and see you thriving with this big house and all these things that you're doing. But if I ever need help, I'll send a message.
You know where we live.
And you're welcome anytime you want.
Yeah.
Even if you're just passing through.
Yeah.
And if you ever need me, I don't know if it will work, but just try talking to the Magana. I mean, she might hear you. She's pretty powerful and a little weird, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. You know, Kiona told me that she has a book where she can talk to the Magana's boss, maybe.
Well, I got
Oh?
the book from the Magana's boss, so I mean,
That's not exactly how. It's
don't
alright.
necessarily want to be doing that very often.
Right,
No.
right. Okay.
We'll send messages and letters.
Okay.
Athena.
Yeah.
I think that's good for now, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to go overboard.
Right. And in any case, it's not quite time for Ephema to go yet, although she never knows when her goddess will, not her goddess, her patron, will summon her to action. And with that, you retire after a nice celebration of Kiona's success and a good night's sleep. And by now, Mazda, you've also got your arm back. Candlebane needs some more time to work on the sand things. And to be quite frank with you, I don't know quite what I'm doing with them just yet, but we'll come up with something. But you have your arm back, and it has the holy symbol kind of etched in to the wooden hand with sort of on top of a copper plate meant to conduct the divine energy. What Candlebane told you was hocus pocus. It's meant to conduct the hocus pocus because your magic isn't science like his is. But yeah, he gets a few digs in on you. But Foodle, what are you up to during your downtime? I know what you're up to.
Yeah, Foodle's gonna spend a lot of time with his family, but he's also, because they're working on that too, they're trying to get that tavern up and running. So I think he was gonna like pitch in and maybe learn a thing or two from his uncle, who his uncle would probably have the most experience being a businessman himself, and he's a world traveler. He's probably seen lots of taverns, right? So
yeah, okay. Yeah, so you lend some of your manual labor to it, and of course, being from Lumbrel, you know anytime, you know, it's the stereotype is like the barn raising, right? Anytime something in the community needed to be built, everybody came out, and
oh yeah.
So you're a little bit of a deft hand, you know your way around a building site, and you're used to rolling up your sleeves and pitching in like everybody else, and we'll give you a discount on the cost of building that tavern. Since you helped out with it.
Okay. That's awesome.
And in fact,
Well, Foodle's dad's a carpenter, right? So
yeah,
that's perfect.
What toolkit are you proficient with?
Right, about that.
Probably not builder's tools, I imagine.
Tinker's tools and jeweler's tools.
Yeah.
So Foodle identifies all the gems and sells them.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
Nice. Actually, that'll be useful for later. I'm working on a gem appraisal system.
Oh, that's dope.
But you'll be able to use that.
Oh, cool.
I have it partially made.
That's amazing. Dude, you gotta shoot me that when you get it done.
Yep.
I may end up using that.
It's going to take a little bit of work, but
yeah.
maybe you and I can work on it together sometime.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
But yeah, we'll work on this. But you are a precious gem, Pugworth.
You are a precious gem.
All right. So,
Foodle, there was something else you wanted to do. There's not much that can consume time on that, but there was something very special that you wanted to do
Oh,
that you messaged me about.
right. I messaged you about a couple things, but I don't know which ones are viable or not. Like, I never figured out which ones we could do tonight. So,
We could do the special tea tonight.
yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah.
at some point before Efima leaves, Boodle's gonna ask for her help. Now that his family is all together and safe, he feels like it's time. He wants to know what that vision was down in the depths under Kiona's like family farm or whatever the heck was going on down there, because Foodle got a
Dang.
vision from possibly Aaron Selch, hopefully Aaron Selch, and he doesn't really remember the details. He remembers seeing an extremely powerful looking woman, you know, with antlers draped in greenery and like birds and chipmunks and stuff like that, but that's about it. So he spends some time with his family, you know, helping his dad out, sawing logs and patching holes and whatever, and then he approaches Efima. Efima, you sent this to me a long time ago, and I wasn't ready. I was too worried about my family, but I think it's time. I worry that hopefully I haven't put things off for too long. But I think I should take a look at this vision.
I think that we generally come to these things best when we're ready. So if you feel ready, find a place where you can be comfortable, and I'll help you brew the tea.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never made tea, so this will be great. This will be a learning experience for me.
Yeah, she'll show him like how to measure it out and how like she'll say
You don't want it to be too hot because you don't want to scorch the leaves. So you heat it up and then you let it cool just a little bit, and you steep it for about 3 minutes until it smells strongly. It'll tickle your nose a little bit.
Now, okay, is this like a myth, or is this like more pumpkin talk? Do people add the milk like first, or is it after?
Well, it depends on what type of container. You see, the reason why people put the milk in first is because if the cup is poorly made, it might crack. So they put the milk in so that it softens the heat when you put the liquid in, and then it doesn't crack the mug.
Okay.
But you wouldn't want to put milk in this tea.
No?
You'd weaken the effect.
Okay. All right. Okay, and so they brew that up, and then Foodle sort of offers Efima some, and then go, no, wait, hold on. Probably not. Okay, hold on. I'll just drink it. And he drinks it.
All right. Foodle. You take a drink and you wonder if it's working because it tastes like tea.
It's good. I don't feel anything happening.
But when you open your eyes, as you say this, I mean, you open your eyes after lowering the mug, you find yourself sitting in the middle of a vast, ancient, overgrown forest. The canopy so thick that only a few stray beams of sunlight shine through. And you look up and you see the fading light of early evening.
This feels like home.
It feels like home, but you've never been to a forest so lush and so thickly grown as this one.
Foodle just wants to
You
like
get the feeling that no person has been here, like even the nature-friendly forest gnomes, has ever touched this place.
Foodle just wants to like close his eyes and reach out and put a hand on one of the trees and just sort of take everything in, you know, not seeing, but just listening and smelling. You know that forest smell and like the sounds of the birds and yeah.
Yeah. And the bird song is more beautiful here. That forest smell is more leafy and more mossy here than anywhere that you've ever experienced. And you feel a cool breeze wash over you and something tickle your nose briefly before disappearing. And when you open your eyes, you see a leaf had kind of just brushed your nose as it danced on the wind and blew off into the forest.
Foodle, is this bad? Foodle wants to chase after the leaf.
Okay. So you get up and you follow the leaf around. You're following the leaf. It always dances just beyond your grasp. You follow the leaf under the great bowing root of a tree. You follow it over some stepstones that lead you across a swift running brook. You begin to follow it uphill, and your legs kind of burning with the exertion of moving over what seems miles as this leaf impossibly continues to float on the wind. You end up with the trees clearing on one side. Yes, Flutter. You see the trees clear away on one side, and you find that you're looking down the steep slope of what must be a mountain overgrown with trees and ferns and grasses and shrubs. And your gaze plunges down into a forest valley below as it goes down and then seems to rise up again a couple miles in the distance. But as your vision tracks down from the trough of the valley and up and up and up and up the far side over in the distance, you realize that the land is not actually sloping upward, but the trees are getting taller. In the distance, you see that they grow larger, broader, until they're scraping the sky with their tops. And they actually form a solid wall that you can just barely see over to the other side. The far side of the wall, the forest continues, but it's cloaked in twilight. And you see little blue, green, and purple lights here and there dancing in between the branches. The wall is basically a solid and well-defined demarcation between night on that far side and day on your side. And the evening shadow doesn't seem to progress any further towards you beyond that barrier.
Wow. Did Foodle lose track of the leaf?
What I want you to do is first roll an intelligence check, and
Okay.
then I want you to roll a perception check.
Okay. All right. First intelligence, so +0.
Yep.
Okay, 12. That's pretty good for Foodle.
12. You can't help but feel, I don't know if Foodle reached this conclusion. I don't know if you personally reached this conclusion, Collie Flumps, looking at Megan and Flutter's reactions. I think they did. To you, the far side of this wall of trees kind of looks like the Feywild. You remember it looking a lot like that when you were there. How about that perception to look for the leaf again?
Oh, right. Ooh, jeez. That's an 11. Ugh.
Okay, it's not hard. You look over and you see that leaf continue dancing on the breeze up the slope of the mountain.
Are you sure, Leaf? I hope Percival's not there. Oh, and Voodoo's gonna chase after the leaf.
There's a quick correction. His name was Paravel.
Oh, Paravel. Right.
Yep. You're good.
That's what Voodoo says.
Just to give you an idea of the spacing and everything, it's not leading you towards the Feywild. You're up the side of the mountain. You look out to the right. There's a valley. This wall of trees in the distance. The Feywild beyond it.
Okay.
You're kind of not walking towards it. You're kind of walking parallel to it, up the side of this mountain towards the top.
Okay.
As the leaf leads you higher and higher and higher. You keep having your eye drawn back though to that wall, and you spot small columns of sooty black smoke and licks of orange flame that can occasionally be spied through the branches at the base of the tree wall. And in the distance you hear the thwacking sound of axes, the ripping sound of saws, and chittering voices drifting back up across the valley and up the slope of the mountain to your ears. Roll another perception check for me.
Okay. That's pretty. It's a 19 plus, I think 6.
Okay. And what languages do you speak?
Oh God, that's not good. I think it's Common and Gnomish. Yep.
Okay. Also roll a history check for me.
Okay. And that is a +1. Okay. Oh, that's probably the luck stone. God, this luck stone is so good. Oh, 10 total.
10. 10 is exactly what you needed. The voices you're hearing are the chittering voices of goblins. But it seems like they're working on that wall of trees. It seems like they're chopping and sawing away at it. But you're miles away and you realize that there's nothing you can really do about it.
So they're burning and chopping down and sawing trees on the non-Feywild side?
You don't see that on the non-Feywild side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not quite you don't see that they're burning trees. It's not like they're starting a forest fire. But you see like campfires. Like it looks like they have like some logging camps set up.
I misunderstood that. Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, you're good. I realize describing visions, it can be a little bit esoteric, right?
You do. It's awesome.
So you're continuing to chase after this leaf as it floats up the mountain. Eventually, you reach the top of the mountain, and you find a great leafy elm tree. Is basically the only thing on the summit, and it's curiously growing out of and yet through the shattered stone. It looks like work stone from its defined corners and edges. So some sort of stone edifice that the tree has sort of sprouted from. You can see its roots are growing out of the spaces where, the stone broke apart and there's roots growing out of it. But also the roots are almost like embracing it and holding it together.
Hello, rock. Hello, tree. Right? It was growing. It's sort of holding on to a enormous boulder or something.
So there's this stone construction. You have to take a closer look at it to learn anything about it. But there's something that was built out of stone that the tree has like burst out of and grown out of. and yet the roots are kind of the snaking roots that are at the same time splitting this thing apart are also like holding it together.
Okay. Foodle is going to greet the big tree and then take a look at the stonework stuff that's happening.
Okay, yeah. It looks like a shattered stone altar with some sort of like lettering or script carved into the side.
Can Foodle read it?
And you recognize the lettering carved into the side as the language of giants, the Jotun runes.
Wait, I've seen these before at that temple thing. Oh, I wish Q.
Not at the temple.
It was before the temple,
At the place where the portal in the temple led you to.
Yeah. Oh, shit. That's right.
You recognize that this stone altar is an altar of storms.
What?
Something else that the tree is growing out of and within and around is other pieces of broken stone that don't appear to belong to the original altar at all. These stone shards are made of a deep black, and they're like poking out of the tree trunk, as if the tree trunk has like swallowed this stuff up. And where you can see little bits of this dark black stone poking out, there are little spider webs of black veins that look sort of dried and shriveled up.
Oh no. Tree, are you okay? Do you need help? Oh, that looks painful.
And you feel an urge as you're saying this to kind of reach out to the tree.
And Foodle does.
And you touch one of the black veins, and as soon as you touch it with your finger, it crumbles away into a sooty dust that kind of leaves an inky, oily stain on the fingertip of your glove. And the crumbling tracks all the way up the vein and up to the piece of dark stone that it originates from. And it crumbles into dust, and all the other veins attached to this particular piece of black stone crumble into dust as well. There are more like this around the tree, but this one crumbles into dust. You notice something else interesting about the roots of this tree as they kind of hold the altar of storms together, as if trying to keep this thing that has been destroyed together. Another group of roots coming off the tree kind of come to rest on what was, the shattered top of the altar, and form like this like basket or an embrace that looks like almost like it's meant to hold something or nestle something that's about this big. And at this point, you see the leaf that you've been following drift down and come to rest right within the embracing arms of these roots.
I don't know how exactly this works, Ghost, because this is like a vision and stuff. Does Foodle know what this black stuff is? Like, he's now touched it and it's on his glove in the vision.
Roll an intelligence check.
Oh God, why does it have to be intelligence?
This is not gonna be. Yeah, it's not gonna have to be. I mean, if you recognize the black stuff and the black stone and things like that,
It's a 16.
that's plenty. That's plenty.
Oh.
You've seen these black stones a lot. This is a broken obelisk.
Wait, like from the desert?
The last time you encountered, like from Kiona's little grove,
Oh.
like from the last time you went to an altar of storms, there was an obelisk that was placed on top of it and had reached out these veins all around the altar, and that was what had infected the avatar of Eldrigo and turned it aggressive and turned it against you. In this case, it looks like the same thing happened to this altar of storms, but the elm tree grew out of it and destroyed the obelisk and its nefarious influence over the altar of storms, and is trying to like hold the broken pieces of the altar of storms together,
Right.
but hasn't like saved it. Right?
Yeah.
And it's formed those roots that are sort of on top of it, as if waiting for something. And the leaf landed in there.
Okay. And Foodle's going to put a hand on the tree again and say, "This was very brave of you. Thank you." And he's going to go over to the basket and look for the leaf.
Yeah, and the leaf is the only thing in there. It's just sitting right there on top of a piece of stone from the altar.
Foodle looks down in. He takes off his glove and he's going to reach down in and pick up the leaf.
Okay. And when you pick up the leaf, as you're studying it, you notice in your peripheral vision Ephema watching you from the other side of the leaf. And you're back in your home, where you were sitting with Ephema drinking your tea.
Wait. So is Foodle holding a leaf?
Yes.
Ephema, what was I doing? Was I here the whole time? What happened?
You were... Oh, there we are. You were here the whole time, Foodle, but I don't know what you were doing in your vision.
Okay. So, everybody, Kiona, Mazra, get in here. Hold on. I gotta tell you guys what I saw.
Okay.
Okay, so I took...
Mazra comes in and she's eating an omelet.
She's eating what? An omelet?
It's a joke.
Oh my god. Frick's sake. I asked in the group, in the player chat.
Lumps asked earlier what we were doing with the egg, and Wolf sent a gif of an omelet sliding out of a pan.
Fuck's sake.
Of course he did, because Wolf is actually a fucking chaos goblin.
Yeah,
He sits there quiet the whole time, and you think he's the innocent one, but no.
Amazing.
This might be another one for some people in chat who may not have come into this campaign at this point, because this was quite a while ago. But
wow.
Yeah, they at the last time you encountered an altar of storms, it was infected by one of these obelisks that has a connection to Kiona's past and the creatures inside Kiona and the creatures in the star space, dream space kind of thing, and it had corrupted this altar and turned an avatar of the dragon god of truth, Eldrigo, into an aggressive and violent being that attacked you. Kiona eventually destroyed it with help from the person, the being inside her. The being inside her took over Kiona's body and destroyed it. You had a meeting with Eldrigo, who then entrusted you with a storm dragon egg, which this vision has strongly hinted at the need for that egg, and then Monster comes in eating an omelet. There we go.
Where did you get that omelet? What eggs did you use? Did my mom make that for you?
I think it's obvious, bro.
Is it? It better not be blue eggs. Because... And then Foodle will tell everyone what he saw in his dream. And look at this!
I have this vision that Foodle is like shaking this leaf at Mazra, saying it better not be blue eggs.
Yeah. No blue eggs! And so he'll tell them all about like the goblins chopping down the forest, and I think something's happening with Eldrigo. I must have something to do with whatever Goldrill's looking into. We should have asked him when we saw him, but I think Aaron Selch is helping Eldrigo, or at least trying to fend off whatever's infecting Eldrigo, because it was one of those pillars, the black pillars. And now I have a leaf. Again.
Do you think that we're supposed to find it?
Maybe. I didn't... It was an ancient forest. I mean, the trees... some of them were impossibly tall, so it's hard to tell what was vision.
Didn't you say that there was the Feywild close by?
There was. I didn't see Paravel, thankfully.
Well, maybe that's the way to get there.
Do you think you says it's a real place?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean... Okay, Foodle's gonna think back. Did he recognize anything like mountain ranges, or was there anything there that he would have recognized? Okay.
Yeah, you do not recognize any of the landmarks or the landscape.
If it was a real place, I've never heard of it or seen it or anything. I mean, it definitely felt, I guess, larger than life.
There's gotta be something to it, though, Foodle. You found a leaf when you... outside the crystal, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but it's all gotta be connected somehow, right?
I mean, it's not a coincidence.
Kiona is silently, like, screaming for the little dude in her head to give her some answers. Like...
Foodle's gonna look at the leaf and say...
Your passenger, who has been much more communicative with you lately as your power has grown, is just like...
Anything? Foodle's gonna look at the leaf and say... Do we need to go find Goldrill?
The leaf does not respond because it's a leaf.
I mean,
But you get a
might not be the
feeling.
worst idea.
You get a feeling, Foodle, that there's more to this leaf than just being a leaf.
This is a nice leaf.
And actually, I'll tell you what it does right now, but you need to spend some time with your leaf. And actually, sort of, once this conversation is over, you can, if there's more to this conversation to be had, you can do that. But that night, when you spend some time studying this leaf, you realize, that it is, in fact, it's a magic item. And I will show it to you. It is an item that I've simply called Friend of the Forest. I've bashed out a really quick description. I'll write something a bit more detailed. But basically, you can use this leaf. You can tuck it in your hat. And while you have it, you can cast the Find Familiar spell once per day using no spell slots and no material components. And it recharges at dawn, but only once.
Right.
You know how to use the spell. It is added to your list of spells that you can prepare, but it is not automatically prepared for you. And if you need to use it again, you need to have it prepared, you need to spend a spell slot, and you need to spend the material components. But once per day, it's a Find Familiar freebie. And we're going to put some thematic boundaries on what that familiar can be, because it needs to be like a little forest creature or something.
That's amazing! Oh my god! What?
It's amazing.
You guys, next session.
But
Foodle's gonna have an owl.
we can in a future session roleplay you sort of searching and finding your first familiar.
that'd be so cool.
I think the Find Familiar spell says that like it's not actually an animal, but it's like a fae, demon, devil, or celestial creature. It must be fae for this purpose. It'll be fae, a fae creature.
That's perfect.
In the form of like a little forest creature.
That's amazing.
That's so dope.
So cool.
Crap.
And all these, you get the feeling that Erin Selk, although she has never ever directly communicated with you,
Yeah.
certainly not in the way that Eldrigo, I almost said Goldrell, that Eldrigo has communicated with you. Man, could you imagine leader if it's like Goldrell becomes a god?
He's the final boss we have to kill.
No doors.
He's the final boss.
There are
No
I'm
doors,
into
my
that.
children.
It's
Only
all archways,
bees or archways.
curtains.
Yeah. No, but certainly not like Eldrigo communicated with you directly, even though he was like a thundering and lightninging storm cloud in the general appearance of a dragon's face, right? Erin Selk has never spoken with you, but she's always shown you visions.
Yeah.
And you feel like this vision is meant to give you some sort of direction. Like it is a clear. It is clearly a call to action from Erin Selk, even if exactly what action is not readily clear to you. But there is you are seeing kind of a relationship between what's going on with Eldrigo and what Erin Selk wants you to do and be involved with.
And Fool tells
all
everyone
these
that he has that feeling.
all these cosmic revelations that you've had occur during the backdrop of the mounting tensions inside the city as you're going about your lives in the city, and Mazra, as you go back to Cantlebane to check up on his research, he sent a boy with a little message, right, saying that he wants to meet with you. He's made some breakthroughs. When you press the boy further on, like, well, did he tell you any details? The boy says no, and he was actually kind of mean and kind of rude to me, actually. When I asked him for, I said, yes, sir, normally people like a bit more details than come to my house, I've found something you want to see. He actually threw something at me and asked if I was a spy from some university. I can barely say the word university, sir. Surely I'm not a spy for them.
It's fine. Here.
We'll
give him like a whatever is the proper payment, plus a small tip.
Plus a small tip.
Extra.
Oh, golly gee.
Yeah.
A second
She
copper
didn't want to
piece.
say too big of
Why,
a
thank
sum,
you.
so she said whatever the price is.
Why, thank you, miss. I'll have another bowl of water soup with this.
She'll give him a gold piece.
Dang.
Oh my god.
Now get off my lawn.
He nearly falls over. And
He's gonna buy himself a
imagining,
slingshot.
Like, he's gonna live the high life.
Oh, child. Here's some advice. Don't spend it on the one. No. Here. Wait a minute. Come back. She'll take the gold piece and give him the equivalent in silver pieces.
10.
And some copper. So she'll mix it up so it's all one thing. And she'll be careful how you spend this. You should save some of it for later.
Yes, ma'am. I know there's a merchant in the stall that's selling wood carvings of monkeys. That he says each one is different and they'll be worth a lot of money someday. If I
Nope, that man is lying to you.
Oh no. Fuck's sake.
Invest more wisely.
and he kind of looks at you like, I don't think you know how finances work.
Oh,
And he just runs away.
Oh, no.
The kids of today.
Anyway, while you are on your way up, once again, this is all for flavor. I don't know actually what Cantlebane is giving you, but we'll work that out
Right.
another time. But this is to get some information on what's happening on the backdrop. And you pass by once again the palace where you saw the assemblage the first time. This time you see this large vigil of citizens dressed in the sort of the traditional colors of the Temple of Light with their little candles and their silence. And one of the initiates of the church is sort of like railing about the injustice and how the king has they're all loyal to the king, but he's overstepped his bounds and in pounding down. The account of the arrest of High Priest Matilda is being given here, and it's mostly true but quite embellished. The city guard this time has they've kicked down the door of the temple, and they broke a priceless relic in the temple when they effected the arrest, and some of the initiates who protested were injured, and which some of that is kind of true, some of that is kind of not true, right? And what you notice is that there are a number of people who are dressed in the sort of sackcloth attire of Dyer's Dreamers.
The Dreamers! I knew you were going to say that. I'm sorry. I just...
They're kind of nearby, and you don't recognize them, Mazra, as having been from Dyer's group, right? Dyer had quite a following, it's true. They were mostly from the lower classes. These people look a little bit too clean to have been part of the OG crew of Dyer's Dreamers. And they're shouting down this guy as he's speaking. They're talking about how this guy is, he's a human who's giving this speech, how he's a traitor to his kind, how he is trying to offer up Cormantia on a platter to elven domination. At some point, somebody from the Dreamer group comes in and sort of grabs hold of him and starts shaking him around. And at this point, one of the larger than normal groups of guards at the palace gate rushes in, and he's like, "All right then," and kind of cuffs this guy, the Dreamer, and kind of the guards move in and separate them, and there's a scuffle that breaks out as you're passing by. On your way back from Cantlebane's place with what are information or whatever possessions you have in your possession, you see some of the Dreamers and other people not dressed up like Dreamers, just in plain clothes, kind of chasing after one of the Skulden half elves down the streets. And they kind of catch up to him and throw him to the ground and start beating him up. But then some of the city guards kind of move in and separate them and get off him and throw them off and make some arrests. And you're kind of getting the impression things are really heating up here.
Yeah, she'll pass that information on. Yeah,
sure. And you're passing that information on at dinner time. And Ifima, you once again relate your dire warning to the group that they need to be careful. And you're kind of mid-speech about this, and a very serious look in your eye. And then you hear outside what sounds like a loud goose honking, but it's not like an actual animal. It couldn't come from something. It's like a mechanism making this goose honking sound that echoes in the distance like you've never heard before.
And she stops mid-sentence, because let's be honest, Efima's like always mid-sentence, and she tilts her head to one side until she hears the sound again, and then she stands up and says, Alfie, get your bags! It's time to go!
Yep. The first time it was like, and then the second time it was like,
I'm sorry,
and
friend.
Alfie says, yes, Granny, and he rushes to pack his stuff.
I'm sorry, friends, but that's my signal I've been waiting for. The Morgana's ready for me to continue my journey.
Do any of the rest of us hear that sound?
You all hear it.
Fima, what was that? I'm sorry.
This is such bullshit!
My people need me.
God, boy, Ghost give it and Ghost take it away, doesn't he? Oh my god.
And Efima gives everybody hugs and does the usual like grandma thing of, oh, be sure to
Eat your vegetables and get enough sleep every night and hydrate.
Well, right, Efima.
She hugs everyone and
She says, my time with you is always the best time until we meet again.
and then she'll take Alfie's hand and tell him to say goodbye to everybody, and then they'll hurry outside while they wave behind them.
All right. And barely 2 minutes after Efima closes the door and you bid goodbye to her, there is actually, like, you close the door and then there's immediately like a pounding.
A what?
Wait, I think somebody's at the door. Efima, did you forget something? And Foodle
Kiona
opens.
will open the door
Okay.
because she'll be
Open the
close.
door. You open the door, and it's a stern-faced half-elf member of the Knights Radiant, who kind of gently pushes past you, and a couple more in full armor walk in, along with a couple of royal guards, and they kind of look around the room and turn back, and they shout out the open door, "It's clear!" And in walks into the house walks Chancellor Valora, acting High Priest Calder, who you recognize as they were the half-elf head of the Knights Radiant in Lysantia, and they've become the High Priest in Matilda's absence, and Darfin.
Oh.
Chancellor Valora kind of walks up to you, and as the door closes behind you, and looks at all three of you. We need to talk.
Oh, okay. Hi, Darfin.
Sure.
May we?
Darfin waves like in a really reserved way and closes the door behind them as well.
Yeah, Foodle's gonna go close the door to, like, his family's place.
Okay. And as you all gather around the table and seat yourselves there, Chancellor Valora begins. The Luxari embassy is arriving next day. And the king is very concerned. Are you aware of what's been happening in the city?
guess vaguely. I've been spending a lot of time with my family, but Mazra's been telling us there's a lot of people
We've
who
seen
are
a bit of it.
basically worried about elven influence and the trial of Matilda.
Yes, some very angry people with very extreme views are becoming bolder by the day. His Majesty is concerned about the possibility of violence. The Crown and the Temple of Light are the pillars of order in Lysantia. And we must coordinate our actions together to stop chaos from flooding the city streets. In this, we call upon your help. We realize that you've only recently returned from a most harrowing journey, but King Seamus needs you. The king cannot act on his own with his own agents, but he wishes to discreetly uncover the identity of this Arusian who seems to have a hand in all of this.
I don't
His
think
Majesty-
that we will argue with that.
His
Majesty wants them.
Sorry.
I know you have. That is why His Majesty called for you. He wants this Arusian exposed, and he wants them brought to justice.
Do you have any leads?
We will send you by a secure messenger all of the information that we've been able to gather.
Okay.
You begin with that.
Okay.
And then High Priest Calder cuts in there. At the same time, we'll handle security at the old tower where Matilda is prisoned. The Royal Guard will be in charge of security for the whole structure, but Darfin, you and a team of your most trusted Knights Radiant will lead the security detail on Matilda's floor. The ambassador and the senior members of his entourage will be accommodated there as well. Their safety will be in your hands.
As always, I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety.
Very well. And Valora stands up at
Wait,
this point.
but
Yeah.
I rolled a 19, so I have to do it.
Okay, about what? What are you doing?
But she's... Kiona will break in and be like, but
Insight check, maybe?
isn't
What are you?
that... From the rumblings that she's been hearing around town, the group of people that are coming in the embassy is on Matilda's side, but why would you put them close to her? Wouldn't that be like a... She wants to say conflict of interest, but she doesn't know that term really. So she tries to stumble around, like, figuring out how to say that without...
Calder visibly bristles at this accusation that the ambassador is on Matilda's side. And before they can say anything, Chancellor Valora sort of holds up a hand and looks at you and says, "The ambassador claims to be an impartial observer of justice in a trial over one of their own. The Crown believes him. The Crown must believe him for peace to endure. And the ambassador must be telling the truth in order for peace to endure."
Right, and she'll
Darfin-
kind of shoot a look at Darfin, like,
Yeah, Darfin will clear his throat and say, and he'll kind of shift his weight a little bit because he knows he's kind of speaking out of turn here. And very politely, he will say, I do think that Kiona has a point. We may believe in the truth of the ambassador, surely, but there is a conflict brewing here, and we would be putting two very volatile and high-profile individuals in the same location. It may be safer for the ambassador if he were housed elsewhere.
and then it would show that they weren't biased either, right?
And Calder, who seems to be a bit of a hothead, slams their fist on the table. And they say, no. The Knights Radiant are charged with the safekeeping of all the clergy of the Temple of Light. And that is exactly the function that we will fulfill. Do you have any questions about your duty, Darfin?
I do not. I
Then
merely
pick
feel...
your team and go.
I
Chancellor
merely feel
Valora,
like-
we shall be off. And Calder
He just shakes his head.
beelines out of there. Darfin, you and Calder have been at loggerheads over a few things.
Yeah, Darfin
their
just kind
tenure.
of rolls his eyes a little bit and shoots Kiona an apologetic look.
Is
Kind of shrug and be like, well, I thought.
Are they gone? Is everyone else gone except for Darfin? 'Cause
is
he'll
Chancellor
stay
Valora
behind.
there, or
He can stay behind. Chancellor Valora's behind as well, as are the Royal Guards. The rest of the Knights Radiant have followed Calder out.
After they all go, Darfin will kind of sigh and say, some members of the Knights Radiant think that pride is more important than logic, and we do what we must. Which is his way of saying, I'm sorry for that hothead.
Right.
Yes, be that as it may, we're not dealing with logic here.
Just be careful, Darfin. It doesn't feel right.
I hoped appealing to a sense of safety for our guest would change his mind, but some people think that we are miracle workers rather than guards.
Darfin?
Or should be able to work miracles anyway.
I mean, obviously, you are more than qualified and are certainly going to do an excellent job. And we can't step in an official capacity, but I can't help but think how much you've helped us. Is there anything we can do through other channels, information that we could get, or any way to help you?
I hope this won't sound crass, but the best way you can help me is just to stay out of trouble. I have a duty, and I will fulfill my duty, however ill-advised I think aspects of it may be. I have been to war, so I have to hope that I've seen the worst of people. But you all know the truth more so than most people. It may be most important to ensure that you can tell that truth when the dust settles. Sooner or later, people are going to have to accept what really happened. And I think all of you are maybe the best people to make sure that happens.
Buddha looks very nervous. All right.
We'll do what we can.
Sometimes that's all we can do, any of us.
Chancellor, you want us to look into Arusian and expose them? and you're going to send us information on that. Is there anything else that we can do to help this go more smoothly?
Focus on your task.
Okay.
We will be acting in the public eye as we need to. Dauphin here will be doing the same, as will the ambassador from Luxar. Your task is to do what needs to be done out of sight. Something that you have proven yourselves to be, and she looks away from Foodle at this point, and her eyes settle at Mazra, quite adept at.
Oh, wow.
We will take the utmost care.
I'm sure you will. Until then, good night. We'll be in contact tomorrow.
Give the king our regards.
I shall. And Valora stands, and she departs with the royal guards in tow.
Starfin will stay behind. Again, he'll kind of see everyone else out, and then if there's no indication from the others that they want him to go right away, he'll linger.
When do you start? I mean, do you have time for, do you drink? We have kind of
drink.
a tavern.
I have the night. I have the evening. If I'm not interrupting, I apologize for the abruptness of my colleagues. Again, some of us feel that our duties entitle us to certain things. I don't share that opinion, but there's not much I can do to reverse it.
I'm worried that you think this is gonna go badly.
I don't necessarily think my specific duty will go badly, but I have eyes. I can see what's going on in the city. Something is going to happen somewhere. If it's not near the ambassador or near Matilda, the Knights Radiant, the Royal Guard, even the City Watch can only be in so many places at once. What we have here is a cauldron ready to boil over. I feel that we could do certain things differently, but what a soldier thinks and what a politician thinks are two different things. What I think is best for the safety of the ambassador, it has diplomatic connotations that other people don't want to consider. And so here I am, stuck between rock and hard place.
Right.
It seems like a extremely delicate situation.
It probably is. I hate to say it, but I can't be anything other than bluntly honest. I mean, if you've walked down the street lately, you've probably noticed.
Do you think my family's safe here?
I think if they stay in the house, I mean, obviously you can't stay in the house forever, but if your family needs to go out and about, tell them to keep a wary eye. If they notice something starting, they should get inside, away from people. They shouldn't try to come back here if it seems unsafe, but here is probably... It's unlikely that people will start breaking into other people's homes unless it gets really badly, but you know how people can be. If they stay away from where things are happening, they should be fine. I hate to sound so grim, but sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry.
No, I think that's wise. I mean, to change the subject to something maybe lighter, I found my uncle and my dad, and they're here.
It's wonderful.
You want to meet them?
I would love to. I can't help but notice that you seem to have fulfilled the promise you made to me when I departed last. You live here now, it seems.
Yeah, there is a slight ghost, but she seems... I don't know. We're still working on it.
She's fine.
He kind of chuckles and
we don't
he
know that
says,
yet. She hasn't killed anyone yet.
Trella,
Yeah.
Trilla, yes.
she is the gentlest being that I ever encountered. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Foodle.
I hope you're right.
Well, I'll tell you what. If she ever causes you any trouble, you know my particular talents. You can send a messenger.
I think you should talk to Maya about her sometime.
Yeah.
Maya was her friend once upon a time. So knows a lot about her.
That's
And
true.
maybe you can kind of get to know her that way.
I have heard certain rumors that I wonder if you might be able to clarify over drinks. Rumblings of happenings in the desert, an intrepid group of explorers who may have interfered with some of the local lords.
We might know something about that.
I
She'll
had a feeling.
kinda grin at him.
I had a feeling it kind of had a sense of you about it. And he'll turn to Mazra as well, and he'll kind of give her an appreciative look. And he'll say, I get the impression you've grown a little bit more into some of your abilities.
Yes.
How does it feel?
It's helpful.
It's a good way of looking at it.
Mazra isn't beaming, but Kiona is beaming for Mazra. She's so proud of her.
She's so cool.
When Darvin recognizes that, she's like, yeah!
And he'll kind of say, there were some things I almost said the last time we met, but I didn't want to influence you too soon. Sometimes it's better if people like us find their way on their own first.
Well, sounds like we all need a drink.
Or 10.
Well, I think we got the supplies for that.
Let's do it. Whittle's gonna go get his family.
All right, yeah, and you spend a lovely evening into the very late hours, drinking, laughing, trading stories, telling of your adventures.
Showing off my 3 miniature crazy magic horses that the
Yeah,
player,
we
kind
need
of
to
forgot
talk
about
about
for a
those.
while.
We need to talk
Fiona
about those.
definitely
We need
didn't
to talk
forget about
those.
that.
Yeah.
She definitely did not forget.
Also, Foodle's plan.
Darfin will-
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say Darfin will shop talk a bit with Mazra if she's willing.
Foodle's plan is to get Mazra sloshed enough so that Mazra will smite something, so that Darfin can like maybe
Smites the bar top or something.
I was gonna
yeah.
say there's a scorch mark, a little electric, it kind of flames out and makes the little.
Yeah.
It's
Darfin's just like,
crazy.
how interesting. It's
And everybody cheers, and then you're like,
differently.
oh no, we just paid for that.
Oh, but look at the cool thing. If we can, just maybe shellac over the top of it or something.
No. We can market this as something people can come and see.
Yeah.
And you can... There's always money to be made.
The Smitten Brewery. No, that's
right.
not it. That's not. We'll workshop
That's not it. That's not it. All right. Yeah. Fantastic evening. Catching up on old friends, trading stories. A couple days pass. The embassy, you witness from the streets the sort of processional parade as the embassy from the preeminent Elven city-state Luxar arrives. The ambassador, kind of dressed in full regalia, high crested helmet of an elven hero, his honor guard, an assortment of scholars. Some you later learn, like, most of them are like legal scholars. They're gonna be watching this trial like a hawk, making sure everything follows the law right to the letter T. As they come in, the ambassador and his top aides and advisors and staff, they stay at the old tower, which it was the former royal residence in ancient times. Now, since the new palace was built, old castles make good prisons, and so that's basically what it is. Although it was a castle, so there are some like nice accommodations, and up on the top floor of the old tower, of many floors stacked on top of each other. The top floor was where the ancient kings of Cormantia, where they had their personal chambers and their offices and things like that. And Matilda's been given a fairly comfortable, sort of almost house arrest place in there, owing to like her stature, and the fact that if Cormantia like treated her like crap, that would be a problem with their relationship with the temple, and with Luxar, and of course the ambassador and his staff can live up there as well, under Darfin's guard. And you witness the sort of like changing of the guard like ceremony as Darfin welcomed them and escorted the ambassador inside. It's a couple days of nothing from Chancellor Valora, and any attempts that you make to reach out to the palace are politely but coolly rebuffed. And then about 3 days after the ambassador's arrival, in each of the days there's constant like protests outside of crowds forming outside of the old tower. 3 days after the arrival of the ambassador, you receive word from a little pigeon, sort of delivers a message to you for the party to meet in the market square. There's a name given to you to meet, and sort of a shady, like spy movie kind of meet up. And so you go to meet with this person, and as you're waiting, you've been given instructions to wait for somebody in a long brown coat to drop off a pile of documents on a bench in the market plaza, and then go and pick up those documents. And that's the information you've been waiting for. And you pick up the documents, and Foodle, you're running back, and I got it. And when it's not 3 kobolds on a trench coat, for God's sake. And just as you run up and meet up with the rest of your group with these documents that you've been waiting 3 days for, you hear a rumble of thunder in the distance, and you hear some gasps and some oh, what's that over there? And you look, and there's a plume of smoke rising from the old tower.
Darfin.
Wait, what do we do? What do we do? We're not supposed to help. What's everyone else doing? Like the people in the street.
They're all like gathered. They're like rushing towards it and rushing to like gather and look at what's happening.
I think we should rush and gather with them to see what's happening, even if we don't dive in and get our faces in there.
All right, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So you hurry to the old tower, and you hear voices shouting in outrage, and somebody you hear one say, what's going on here? And a man says, betrayal, treason.
What?
The head of the Knights Radiant, he's gone insane. He's assassinated Matilda before she could stand trial and reveal her crimes.
Calder.
No, not Calder. Darfin.
Darfin. Oh, I knew that. Sorry. Wrong.
And you look up and there's cracks of thunder. You see gouts of flame kind of occasionally bursting through the windows, and people from look there. There's fighting going on up there.
Wait, Darfin?
I don't know. There must be something up.
Right? I mean, that doesn't sound like Darfin.
No. They asked us not to get involved, but we gotta find out what's going on.
We have to. Let's go.
So we'll sneak around too if we.
What are we doing,
And as
you guys?
as you start making your approach to the temple, you see the whole top floor and roof of the building just burst apart in this massive, scintillating cloud of blue and white. Arcs of lightning crackling around it. And that is where we are ending tonight's session.
No!
Oh my god. What?
No! What have we done? What are we doing? What has
But
Darfin done? Oh God! What?
Why?
But why? Slander, yeah.
Slander! Darfin would never.
Darfin wouldn't do that. Darfin said that Darfin would
I knew that guy was bad news.
I never trusted him. No, Foodle believes.
Wow.
Foodle does not think Darfin did this. Oh my God. Also, person, what the heck? That sounds crazy. Oh my gosh. Man, all right. Well, you guys. Frick me. That's where we're ending. Okay, so Ghost, do you want us to level up between now and next session?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. You have leveled up.
Yes! Level 9, baby! Woo! Ah, feels good. Feels good.
You have learned much in your adventures through the desert, and with your time to come and sort of settle down and take it all in. You've used it to grow.
Flannel, what did you do?
Rangers and sorcerers and paladins and rogues, but most importantly, as people.
Aww.
Oh, Barracks Pro, thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
Man, well, now do you want us to roll hit points? That's the last thing we do before we raid, yeah?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Let's roll some hit points.
All right, we got the green dice for Foodle here. D10 Rangers get?
Yeah,
Is
because
that right?
they didn't actually nobody actually did that. That was gonna
What
be part
did
of Wolf's thing, but
Flannel
Wolf didn't do it.
What?
What?
What did you not do?
What?
Also, Bear, are you serious, Barracks Pro? Thank you so
I mean-
much.
Oh, Barracks Pro. That's so generous of you. Mazra wanted to look for a manager
Oh.
for the tavern.
I mean, I assume she'll do that at some point.
Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah. And Flannel very kindly volunteered in in the case that I asked Flannel to do it, and Flannel said yes. Flannel wrote a little description of an NPC to be the tavern's manager.
Fantastic.
God, I cannot wait. No, Flannel, it's not going to go to waste. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Bear X Pro, more like Bear X Bro.
Seriously, thank you so much. Pop in with a minute left on
I
the
just
screen.
rolled a 6 on a d6, you guys, for my health.
That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
That's so
Heck
good.
yeah. Plus you
It
can
makes
add
up
your
for the
con.
one I rolled earlier on a d6, so.
God, I've got a
You get to
D10
add your
here.
con.
I'm concerned.
So many hit points.
No, it's a
That's
2.
a good number.
I got a 2 on
7
the
hit
D10.
points
no.
is insane for a
That gives
sorcerer.
me 50 even hit points. 5-0.
Nice.
Bam.
Hey, that's amazing. Okay, so Foodle gets 3 more hit points. Hey, he's up to 60. Oh. Hell yeah.
How many did Mazra get? What level is
Oh.
Mazra doing?
I haven't rolled it yet. Hang
Are
on.
you doing Rogue or Paladin?
Paladin.
Nice.
Don't sound so excited about it.
I don't know, guys.
What never sounds excited about things.
This is the I have never heard a player be less excited for a level up in D&D. Another level, another hit die.
Because I always roll terribly for health.
Paladin gets the
Like,
big hit die.
Traditionally.
Colliflumps rolled a 2.
Where is
You
the
literally
D10?
cannot roll worse because you get to
I
reroll
gotta,
once.
I gotta find the D10.
Yeah.
Barracks Pro, I'm so glad that you're excited for the next session. Maybe we can. So we've
Wanna
been
do
at this
the Winds of
campaign
Chaos
for like
thing.
a year and a half. So if we do,
Almost 2 years.
oh.
Coming up.
yeah, we rotate who hosts. We are taking a break from the campaign next week because we're starting a brand new chapter. This is the launch of Act 4, and we need to take some time to kind of like sit and plan and really sit with this stuff and figure out where we're going next. I've presented something to the players, and we talked about like, you know, what do they want to do with that. What did you roll?
I didn't roll it yet.
Not
I was
yet.
holding it up.
You've chosen the
dang.
die.
I just
roll it.
dropped it on the floor.
This one has betrayed
Um,
me. It's going in the jail.
Dang, go in the jail, in the dice jail. But we're taking a break from a regular episode of Winds of Chaos next week. But we might have something. We haven't even talked about it yet. But we might have something. We might not. We might do like a night where those of us who are going to be here get together and just talk D&D or something. Who knows?
That'd be fun.
But we're gonna be back on Flutter Dice channel the week after. Is it a
First
2 or an
stream.
8?
It's an 8.
First stream.
Eight.
An 8.
Oh, what a horrible.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Hey.
Woo!
Also, I'm not a regular player in the campaign, so I might not be around.
Yes, Megan.
Don't be
Thank
alarmed.
you
Next week if there's something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thank you
That'd be
you
fun.
for hanging out with us. Thank you for reprising your role as Efima and Darfin.
And Darvin, surprise.
We love having you.
My sweet
Um,
Guys, I'm gonna be away
Barracks
for
Pro,
like
thank you so much.
Shame.
2 weeks. I'm gonna be away, so I will be back here with you guys for the first stream from my new apartment. So yeah.
Hell
That's
yeah.
gonna be so
yeah.
crazy.
Aw, thanks,
Yeah.
Barracks Pro. If you're curious, I am a sci-fi and fantasy author, so while you can't always find me on Winds of Chaos, you can find me under the name Megan Cutler on Amazon.
Hell
And I
yeah.
just did a book out on
Definitely
Monday,
worth it.
so super cool.
And also for Barracks Pro and anybody else who wants them, if you want to see some past VODs, there is a playlist on Flutter Die's YouTube channel with every single one of our Winds of Chaos VODs. We have never missed a single one on the playlist.
There's 2 missing. But we are
I know
up to
there's
date.
2 missing. I know there's 2 missing.
Don't tell them that.
People. Sorry, episode 2 and episode 20. They're not there.
Episodes 2 and 20 are gone forever. Sadly. Very sadly. Yeah.
All of the other 79 episodes.
Yeah.
What were we on? Like 69.11?
Oh
this
God.
week?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Episode
Yeah.
69.
It's 81, I think.
Yeah, 81 today. So
Glenn always
man.
tells us which episode 69 we are.
Yeah. Takes months to get my parties together. So 2 episodes missing is cake. I'll make my own canon for the filler. Hell yeah! Let us know what your head canon is.
Right, please do, because it might be better than what we did, and maybe we could retroactively adopt some of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. This was a fantastic session for something that we were all feeling a little bit like, what the heck are we doing? I had fun. We didn't necessarily get to everybody's downtime, but we will. Maybe in between, since we're going to be in the city, sort of snooping around, we might squeeze in some of those downtimes that we missed. And there's a couple things that I want to do with the party off stream. Maybe that's what our thing next Tuesday can be, like working out some of these like systems and mechanics and things like that
I think that'd be fun.
come up with, and we'll do a little stream and talk about it. Apparently without Flutter, but sorry Flutter, but you can watch the VOD and we'll fill you in
from a hotel room somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Hell yeah.
Probably.
Hell yeah.
So,
That would be super fun, but take care of yourself first, right?
I do what I gotta do.
Right.
Oh, wait.
Who are we rating, Colin?
Who are we rating? Oh, God. That's a great question. We're going to raid somebody, though. I tell you what. Yeah, definitely. Hold on.
I don't know
How about
anything about
why?
D, yeah.
Why, who previously played in this campaign?
Yeah.
Streaming. What is Y streaming? Is Y streaming? Yeah.
Why was streaming? I've been lurking.
Toddy Bear Contraire is also online playing Cult of the Lamb.
Oh,
I think Y is Y streaming?
I think so.
Oh,
Shows that
No.
Y is streaming Xenoblade.
No, I think they just ended or something.
I think
Oh, no,
it just
you
ended.
missed
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, we missed him. What was the one that you said,
Oh,
though,
well.
Megan?
Toddy Bear Contraire.
Let's do it.
Do you need me to copy paste it?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there we go.
13.
Body Bear Contraire. I'm excited. There we go.
Toddy Bear Contraire is cool. Barracks Pro, you. You
Yeah,
have a
seriously.
wonderful night. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't wait.
See you guys soon.
You came in right at the end. I can't wait to hang out with you a bit more and get to know you a bit better.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see you again next week. That'll be super fun. But yeah, you guys, thank you everyone who was here. You guys are amazing. All you chatters and trolling us and making us laugh as usual, distracting us from the game, which, you know, it makes it fun, right? So you guys are the best. Thank you guys. And Megan, thank you so much
Yes.
for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Hashtag Clear Darfin's name.
I and Kiona are very happy that Ifima was hanging around this
Yeah.
episode, and also Kiona is determined to clear Darf. Hashtag clear Darfin's name.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
she does not believe any of that bullshit that just
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, hold on. We need. Oops, I almost forgot. Let's do raid messages. There we go.
It's not
Oh,
working.
Yeah, it's not
oh.
working. It's not working.
Already.
Final tried it. Yeah. Oh no. no, it's a disaster.
Oh God!
The rain's about to pop
the
off.
emotes,
It's a
we love you
disaster. We have
guys.
no rain message. No.
Oh God! Oh
We're
no!
professionals. Oh,
We know what we're doing.